Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream today, seeing as it's Tuesday and all. But before I get rolling on that, I have another thing to do, and that's going to be getting my fire going again, because I had it going quite a lot earlier this morning while I was going through my usual reverb grind, and it's gone out. But there is an extra trick to it, which is, you might not be able to see it very good now, but I'll be working on that. I now have a wood stove close-up, and that's what you're seeing. Let's see what we make out of this. Presumably what I make out of this is an actual working fire. What's not to like about that? Voila, fire close-up now. With a bit of luck, that'll get started. And let me scooch it over a little bit. There we go. That ought to get going. And once that has started up enough that I can throw another log on it and get it going, it's going to be programming plugins again. I don't think this is going to be a lots of cups of coffee and inventing anything amazing day. What's going on is I have to get started on the audio unit and generic interface version of Console H. So I have a game plan around doing that. I'm going to want to keep an eye on that fire because it does need to sort of get going. Oh geez, you can see where the stone in the back of the wood stove is cracked and gone off. So what I'm going to be needing to do is copy over the most recent changes that I made to console X2. And then it becomes a matter of starting to sort out how I alter that to have it be console H. Because there's no special reason I can't start with something that actually works and go from there. It's probably going to be the best way of going about it. I think I'm going to fuss with the fire a little bit more now that I've got it on screen and all. It's not doing spectacularly well. It's sort of catching just over in the corner there a little bit. See, this one's going, the bottom of this one isn't going at all. Although, interestingly, it seems to have split. That's interesting. What can I do with this? Switch that over there. And now that is a piece of wood stuck to it, and this one's now gone out, so that's no good. Yeah, this can be rotated around a little bit. It's probably warm enough to put another piece of wood in here. The overall stove isn't that hot yet, but it's getting going. What's that doing? Okay. That's going to catch. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Oh, far out. The stream's bitrate is extremely high when it's actually a wood stove. That apparently is a super high bitrate. Well, good for it. So that's probably going well enough that I can switch over. Oh, I like sometimes having it on auto. Auto is this. And it's time to jump into the plugin making again. And there's how we do. And if I need to have a little oval of flames, we can do a little oval of flames. And before terribly long, it's actually going to be warmer in here, because it warmed up a little bit, but then it cooled off again, because I sort of let it. Alrighty. I don't know if I'm going to need to set my laptop on its little cooling stand. Well, hey, dental assistant. Welcome. I'm having my coffee too. My coffee is black this morning because for budget reasons, I'm only having sweetened coffee with cream the first thing in the morning. And any further coffees I have to be black. And funnily enough, it's not the cream that'll cost you there. I put stevia in there, and so stevia ends up being expensive. Yeah, there's also a health consideration for just not guzzling lots of cream all day. Like the kitty cat I am. I'm happiest full of cream. That sounded wrong. Console X2 channel. Stevia is in fact a good natural sweetener. I like it quite a lot. The only thing to watch out for is that it can have a fairly strong licorice taste to it. So if you're okay with the weird sort of added taste going on, if that works with whatever you're using it with, then it's a really good natural sweetener. Although I find I have to put an awful lot in, but I think maybe I'm just, I don't know whether you'd call it sweetener intolerant or just excessive tolerance. Like I've built up the tolerance for sweet things to the point where if I was just eating sugary foods, I would just blow up and become huge because I would be constantly craving more and more. It's probably an addict thing. Go figure. So let's see about doing a little porting. So I know that for my audio units, these are stereo plugins, except for the pre-plugin is actually N2N in audio unit. In VST, the VSTs are still coded stereo. I have no information on how to do them any other way. And so that becomes a, I guess it qualifies as dual mono. I think that's the way I'm doing it. But when I go for my new project, what I end up doing is this checkbox in my system. It's selecting between two different templates of audio unit, but I've changed them around so that they're pre-set up to be Airwindows plugins, and CocoView means it's pre-set up to be a stereo Airwindows plugin. So I go with that, and then I'm doing console H channel. First time I've ever typed that. We're making some progress. Not got into these yet. And there's the files I'll be editing. They're currently kind of blank. And here's what I'm working from. So console X2 channel. C is the one on the end, meaning channel bus or pre. So H is going to be named something else. And I have to change this because if I don't change this, there will be an error. I can call it HP for hip hop, and then it'll become H2 if there is another one of them coming out. Or California Highway Patrol, but it's not. That's a joke. It's not actually the chips, you know. No matter how acute Ponch might have been back in the day, this really is a test for how old people are listening to any of this, is if you got that joke. You know, I'm going to keep up my line of chatter as well as I can, but like, you get what I have to give today, because this is after a a long series of doing many plugins and never actually stopping with the reverb development. I mentioned on Blue Sky earlier that the reverb development has led to a pretty amazing, weirdly, the ones that I'm going for are not the, oh, nice, good for you. The ones I'm going for are not actually the ultra high peak ones that I'm designing around, because I can do more of those, but the last two that have caught my attention have not been that. There's one that's relatively high peak, but not exceptionally so, and it just sounded incredibly like a wood room. And so I started exploring that, and I got a reverb out of it. In fact, if I am yeah, it was the smallest available one that marked green, so average RMS was 15.25 or slightly more. So I made a reverb out of this. So this is coming out. It's going to be a little bit darker than that, but it just sounded a lot like a wood room to me. And the more I worked with it, the better it was. I've even got the plugin built now. You could have this coming weekend. I may very well do that. That might very well be something I put out, because it's done. I have successfully made the K Wood Room plugin in every detail, and everything's ported, and it's available for the VST and the Windows and the Linux and the Raspberry Pi and everything. I did similarly to what I did with K Beyond, in that I was running different kinds of sounds through it, and the more I did, the happier I was with it. Anywho, we are right now doing a very beginning of Console H, and we're starting by setting it up so that it's a working clone of Console X channel, at which point I'm going to be swapping out some of the internal parts of it. Because this is our default, and this will not apply to what we're doing. I don't actually have any of these that are larger than 25, 26, 25, don't ask me today, letters. So I'm not having to go into extra letters in the qualifier. I don't know why I said qualifier. You're definitely going to, why do I have DSC buff there? Oh, I think in this one it's legit. Yeah, DSC buff goes with this and is present at least in Console X channel, so that's probably good. Oh, your coffee got cold? Mine's probably getting cold too. We'll manage. I don't know whether I want a full, 3 cups of coffee today. I feel like maybe not. Maybe dialing back on that. It's my general state of the balance between successful functioning and burnout is always very interesting. And I had a really weird little experience this morning that speaks to that, which I can talk about. Because this morning I get hit by another one of my trolls on the most recent plugin release. And it was honestly quite interesting in that I came up with something, a way that I could react that was actually good. Depending on their motivation. And that's always interesting. I suppose if it comes to it, today we might check on stream whether the notorious June bug actually complied with what I asked or not. Oh yeah, no, I get trolls. That's one of the things that will happen if you are large enough. And the funny thing is, I'm not. I'm really not important enough for trolls. But all the same, I feel like some of them might just be like tech bros somewhere who are angry that I have contempt for AI. Oh, speak of the devil. Okay. So this might get amusing. We're going to check and see whether Junebug posted a video, like I said. Because last week I said, you know what? If you're going to just show up and constantly be spamming, it's basically, Junebug is mostly spamming nonsense. Occasionally has responded in a way where it's like responding to what I say, but it could be simply there to exhaust me and make me give up or stop in some way. The motivation of somebody to do that could be just they're a mean person with nothing going on and it makes them happy. That's understandable. Like, I get it. If I didn't have the plugins and if I wasn't so focused on trying to make other people be able to do fun things, I'd feel much the same way and I would be figuring out what I wanted to do about it. So we're going to actually do the thing of going and looking and seeing whether they have a video posted. Actually, I'm going to go and do some of this preliminary work off screen, because effectively what I have to do is go and find in YouTube Studio, which is not necessarily, YouTube Studio is showing how the Soft Clock 2 is doing well relative to other ones. But in order to go and find, what I essentially have to do is go through comments. Oh, there's an entire, oh my God. So this is amusing. Oh, no, the trolling would be, here is a person doing something, let's make them stop. And there are a number of reasons to do that. One of them is just that's all you have going for yourself. And again, I relate to that. I don't happen to be that, but I can completely understand why somebody would be coming from that place. Another one would be you're a political actor, and I live in a country that is essentially during wartime, but it's almost entirely a informational war. So I've said before, like, I don't like the actions of the country that, like, put my president in power effectively and stuff that's going on. To some extent, to the extent that I understand what's happening there, that makes it a problem. I'm too little to be a real significant problem, but you're not supposed to get that is actually something that's been done to us. Instead, you're supposed to be like, oh, I innately trust everything that's happening in the world and everything anybody says. Don't mind me, I'm scrolling, searching for previous. Got there. Here's our Junebug, and there is no content. Well, I warned you. I'm also going to switch over to live chat. Yeah, I said you need to do the thing. You don't do the thing, and I gave you plenty of days to do it. And I'm going to show you, if you're still watching, if you don't have to be, what one can do. And I'd better sort by newest. Hey, Vinegar Jim. See, you are one of the people who we might not agree on a number of things, but we have some stuff in common, and among them is music creation. And I like encouraging that stuff. So, here's where we're at with, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that was what Junebug basically was. And gave him plenty of chances, and I tried to draw him out into conversation. That's why I think it might be an AI bro or something, because sometimes it would respond relatively coherently, but mostly it was just trying to make me feel like I had dementia. It's a psychohazard. So here is another little peek at people, and this is what I got this morning waking up. This is a shitty groove, man. And so I responded like this. I said, you're meant to make your own with Soft Clock 2. Note that I'm not defending the groove that I actually like, because I did that on purpose in an attempt to do something that I enjoyed, and I succeeded. Like the groove that you hear in the demo for Soft Clock 2, that's a groove I enjoy. That doesn't stop just because somebody was like, that's shit. So, I said, you're meant to make your own. If yours is so different, then if you use Soft Clock, you'll automatically make yours instead, and you wouldn't be able to make mine if you tried. That's true. Try it and see. I swear it's true. If you viscerally rebel against what I did, it means you have something in mind that's very different, and it will come out if you let it. That's also true. It's allowed for people to just not enjoy the way I wanted music to move and want to do something else. And if they use Soft Clock, they would get something in line with what they liked. So then I went to Garrett Bremen's page. 1 subscriber, this time 1 video. So they have beat Junebug in the sense of having done something. They did something 6 years ago, so it's possibly somebody that just hijacked this channel. It could be somebody that is a bot that has just captured other people's YouTube. Yeah. And so I went and heard what this was. I'm also going to run audio hijack so I can hear it to actually... Audio hijack keeps bugging me for stuff, but it's not broken, so I don't enjoy that. Alrighty, so are you ready to hear spiders unphasing? Are you ready to hear the art of the person who thought my groove sucked? Check this out. It's masterful. It is the coolest thing ever.
Romantic, 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 romantic.
Yeah, and my groove is shitty. Oh God, maybe they'll content ID me. It's also showing you the kind of stuff that I watch on YouTube by the side. And we're just gonna sit with spiders unphasing. Oh, this is the guy who was like, your groove is shit, man. Sorry. So we're gonna enjoy their grooves. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. I think it's just somebody. Again, this is the man who told me your groove sucks. See, I kind of strangely like this. It's just messed up. I enjoy the heck out of this. So it's like, for the purpose of just getting in people's face, this is basically perfect. This is a perfect troll video. Anybody who wants to troll me, you should be able to come up with this. I was ready to let Junebug continue to do their thing, simply on the basis of if they came up with a video. Although possibly if it was just a no-effort AI video, I would have not gone along with it. But fair. But this is some weird person. So you can also see that I am a fan of Bill of the Ranch. In fact, I'm on their Patreon because they have a $1 tier, I think. Well, so I don't fight trolls in the way everybody does. It's different. And I like Todd in the Shadows. I don't know who this is, but I've disliked so many things that YouTube tries to give me like 12 view and 1 view things. I've watched this video. I watch Anthony Fantano some of the time. The one below that is Alex Ball, a Siemens drum machine. The one below that is Jedi Master and its Space Ambient. And then this one I've never heard of, but it's like somebody who doesn't like the comedians that went to Riyadh. And then Timba on Toast is awesome, and All My Homies Have Skrillex is a really good video. So that's the fellow who said, sorry, but that's a shitty groove, man. And it's a bit of information. And my response stands. I told him you're meant to make your own. Use SoftClock, make music. You'll automatically make yours instead. You wouldn't be able to make mine if you tried. Now, maybe they only have trollish sensibilities, but you could use that to make trollish music. Or do whatever. Or if they just wanted, oh, Chad, I completely agree. And yeah, there's another thing going on, people responding. Oh, you get to see some of the AI suggestions. I've told you about this before. Gren's friend of the channel was going Sunday Shields versus the Monday Blues, and I hope I've been able to do that for people. And it wants me to respond to my friend with, you're welcome, glad to hear the tools are hitting the spot as a one-click AI answer. Or, awesome, hope SoftClock 2 helps with those Monday Blues. And I often use smileys, and it's put a smiley because it knows I use smileys. This, on the other hand, is more interesting. I wonder if there's an option for look at this on the... Yeah, so it's a metronome ended up getting a bunch of answers. It's made an entire conversation. Oh, also, there's more AI. You're supposed to let it give you ideas for what you're going to do. One of the things that keeps me going is I don't let nonsense like that tell me what to do. But yeah, metronome. Not really. Did you watch the video? A metronome is boring to the grid. And then Mirko got into it again. That's the point. It makes no sense. I said, it's a metronome, a non-specific metronome. That part's what's unusual. Usually metronomes have a click that represents a point in time. It's still a metronome, but there's never any specific moments in time pointed out. The music becomes its own regular but non-grid time reference, guided by the regularity. And somebody, don't get in fights with the trolls. And yep, that's exactly what it is. And then other people are getting into it and explaining. You could do that with a normal click. Okay, go ahead. It's picking fights with people. Actually, I'm not sure whether maybe I've recognized that name showing up sometimes. Okay, that's, I think, enough conversation out of them. But yeah. So, a moment of silence for Junebug. If they show up again, they can go to the effort of putting up a video, and then at least we can enjoy the video. But note my response to some of those other people, like the one with the extremely funny video. Well, hang on a second. I've just noticed the fire is not as roaring as it was. Give me a sec, and I'm going to go and throw another log on there. engage the catalyst. I have a catalyst that can become engaged, whether we like it or not. Here we go. So let me firstly oh, that's difficult. It's really hard to focus on flame. Flame moves too fast for the camera's little focus reference things to kick in. So we will not bother with that right now. But yeah, so the thing about the trolls, and I'm going to have this conversation, and also why I tend to get people to not attack trolls on my behalf, which I'd prefer you not, is trolls are typically one of three things in this day and age. So one of the things trolls can be is people who just don't have anything going on. Again, I can relate. I've spent years like that. And if they can't think of any, especially like if you can't think of anything positive to do of any kind because you hate yourself and everything so badly that you just have to go and troll other people, that's relatable too. Like I can relate to that scenario too. And so that it's encouragement that you need to have to get around that one. And it takes time and patience. And it takes a person who is persistently not just slapping back. I am that person, not just slapping back. And so that's a worthy thing to do, but it doesn't always work. And a reason to not do anything positive and just attack other people is that sort of self-hatred and not having anything useful going on. Again, in this day and age, that's extremely relatable and also very normal. So I can't be too... I mean, I can frown on that, but I get it. And so I'm not likely to ever be too cranky with people like that because they've got enough else to deal with. It's like they have enough troubles. They don't need me making additional enemies of them just because they've appointed themselves an enemy of me for perhaps no very good reason. Another possibility is that they're just AI nonsense badgering people for no good reason. And in that case, it's more likely to be, I don't know, some AI bro who's noticed that I sass and criticize AI a whole bunch. And so they have typically a financial incentive to not have any kind of that stuff going around. They want everybody to be a true believer. And so they have an incentive to do something just to harass me and waste my time. And that could have been Junebug. Under that circumstance, there's somebody who's running a program to bug me, but then they're not really paying attention and it doesn't take really any of their effort or attention, unlike somebody who's doing a trolling because they've got nothing else going on. And, hey, Igor. I'm actually, one of the things I'm thinking about is rehacking Chimey Deluxe. And that might be worth my attention today as well, because I'm beginning to use it in things. No, I wouldn't call it banning. There's a thing that you can do, which is hiding somebody from your channel, and they still get to see. And they don't necessarily know that they're not having an effect, but they're not having an effect. It's, in some forums, they call that sending people to Coventry. There are also things that people do with trolls, like, for instance, disemvoweling is messing with their posts so that they don't have any vowels in them. making them obviously look silly. I wouldn't do that because the vindictiveness that requires isn't good for me. But I don't like. I suggested to Junebug post a video by next Tuesday. Junebug did not post a video. Junebug may very well was only in what was possibly a hijacked account, so they can come back with another hijacked account quite easily. It'll be a different name, but it'll be the same behavior, assuming they notice, because they won't necessarily notice. But if it's just some AI bro running a script, they don't actually notice what they're doing. And that means the more attention I put to them, the more that's doing what they want, because they're just trying to belabor with me with more crap shoveling. And they're not actually spending any time or effort on it. Some of that was actually shown in the glimpse of my screen. Like, there was a Jedi Master video, and it was space ambient. Also, this morning, I was up listening to some Martin Sturzer, who very recently, in the last couple of days, put out sort of a hypnotic go-to-sleep jam. He's this young fellow with a beard and long hair, looks kind of Scandinavian, and he hangs out in his studio, kind of like I have my studio to hang out in. And he has a more spectacular looking studio that's a bunch of keyboards. And he just does these space ambient jams. I also was listening to what I believe is a Russian dub techno guy, a Russian dub techno DJ, Cyanide 1995. And I listened to some of his stuff. He had put together a recent mixtape. I tend to like his mixtapes that with like looping video over, rather than the ones that show him fooling with the controls. I don't know why. It's like it's a different. He goes for different vibes with the scenes from inside Russia, speeded up or slowed down or run backwards and forwards, than when he's actually standing at the desk and showing himself mixing. But I listen to those guys often when I want something that's kind of repetitive and not intellectually challenging, although I never like making music like that myself. And it's weird, because you'd think that I would, because I enjoy listening to it, but I always want to do more. The two guys I just mentioned were Martin Sturzer and the Russian dub techno guy, Cyanide 1995. He has a Patreon. Oh, Jonathan. Yeah, I think to some extent, just the existential challenges of existing when you're really struggling and you don't have security and you don't have much. You're grounded in the natural world in ways like, my fire is not running because I don't have any firewood. I'm cold. I'm feeling the experiences of being a cold animal. Or the uncertainty of not knowing what you're going to do with yourself, or like you have friends or family member that you're not able to protect or help them and they are suffering. Things like, yeah, I believe so, yeah, Travis. Things like that. You'll note that like Russian dub techno guys are very likely to have experiences like that, because a bunch of the folks there, they're living in the corpse of the Soviet Union, as Laserpick is known to say. They may be out there somewhere, like trying to come up with enough firewood, gathering it themselves for the winter. And then they're putting together like groove jams for the purposes of like, well, I can't do anything about any of this. I have no control over my politics. I don't have any control over the politics of my country. I'm lucky if I can even feed myself or be warm for the winter. And I hope they are warm for the winter. And so I'm going to make wordless groove music so that I can at least keep myself sort of spiritually warm with that. I'm going to bathe in luxurious sounding music because I can't bathe because I don't have running water in where I live. And it's like that a lot. And yeah, to get back to the troll stuff, which is interesting, although it's also kind of exhausting, but sometimes it's meant to be. Like, it could be a AI bro who doesn't like how contemptuous I am of AI things. Like, for instance, I mentioned that friend of the channel, Grenz, who lives, I believe, in France and has a family and stuff. And so he can't always make it, but it's always nice to see him when he does. He's encouraging of my work. YouTube AI wanted me to respond to Grenz with like some canned things that had no thought or care in them. And that could also be what's generating some of the troll responses, because somebody could be turning a troll thing loose on my channel to just jump in and start doing stuff for the purpose of screwing with me, just in order to screw with me because I said bad stuff about AI. And I mean, if you don't like, oh yeah, fair, I forgot. If you don't like people saying bad stuff about AI, I've got bad news for you. But still, the third option is there are also trolls who are working for political purposes, and some of those folks are out of Russia as well, which is why I make a point of appreciating like the dub techno guys, because that's different. There are a lot of innocent bystanders who are powerless to do anything, like much like I have found myself powerless to stop my country's politics from like bombing innocent Venezuelan fishermen. That's nonsense. And yet it's happening and I can't do a damn thing to stop it. We've had like 4-star generals resign. They weren't able to stop that stuff. So my chances of being able to stop that happening are very, very nil. And by the same token, there's folks who probably are living around Moscow and St. Petersburg. Moscow is expensive for Russia. That's not necessarily where the dub techno guys live. And they are actively working to further what's going on in the United States. It's their job. You could almost say that is simply another form of warfare, so that they're army guys. It's not like, oh no, they're evil. It's like they're army guys. They are working for a country that worked out this is extremely effective. And so they're hitting Ukraine with bombs, but they're hitting us with these guys. And if it's that's causing trolls to go to work on me, it's because I've been very judgmental about the actions of that leadership, much as I would be judgmental. This is what they call their whataboutism. Much like I would be judgmental of my current leadership doing things like bombing Venezuelan fishermen. There's a catch to that, which is my current leadership is run out of Russia. Kind of indirectly, but I think it's going to become more obvious that it's kind of on the more directly kind of thing. And that's been going on for many years. And those same people managed to entrap all manner, like there's a bunch of Democrats, most notably Bill Clinton, who got entrapped by these people. And the thing about sowing chaos in that way is it's extremely effective and it's extremely detrimental. Like, you ended up with Hillary Clinton on stage in a debate going, you're a puppet of Putin. And he's like, no, puppet, you're the puppet. And it didn't land. And you know, one of the reasons it didn't land is he had that blackmail over her and was perfectly capable of making sure that that didn't get anywhere else, because it's like, oh, I'll reveal what we've got on your guy. And the bottom line is it's just a bunch of awful people doing terrible things. They're not all awful people, but one of the formal techniques for doing this kind of stuff is making as many people as awful as possible and making it seem as if everything is completely awful. And that's a tool of war. It is a tool of war and must be understood as such. You can't just take it at face value any more than you can take the trolls at face value, or what they're putting forth, or the media, because it's now very thoroughly compromised. I mean, they laid off all the politics editors in Teen Vogue. That tells you something. And yeah, these things become just the background texture of the world that we live in. So the important thing is to acknowledge, like, yeah, this is what World War III ended up looking like. There's a lot of it that is literal bombs and things, although that turned into drones quite quickly. But then an awful lot of it is information warfare. And that's what it ends up looking like. And part of that process is making everything look valueless and random and making everything look awful. And that is some of the reason why I respond to trolls in the way that I do. Because I got to remember, it's possible they're just a script. It's possible they're just AI. The conversation happening in the chat currently, it's on AI. And I sympathize so completely with you on that one, Vinegar Jim. Vinegar Jim is like, my problem is the people on that platform putting in AI songs and claiming it's their own original content. Then you have to compete with people who are running scripts. You have to compete with people who don't actually have to make anything because they just push a button and spend a bunch of electricity. And they flood you out. They flood you out. And that's the danger, Chad, with doing what you say, is like having people start seeking out human-made things. Well, cool. Start with making the human-made things. Start with trying to do stuff like that. But they're still going to flood you out. So it becomes a question of what are you doing because you want to do. For instance, I'll get back to gradually doing this. I've now posted what I needed to in Console H channel for the H file. But yeah, if your self-worth is based on, I have this and I did that and it gave me this reward, that's a weak position to be in. I don't think it's a strong position to be in, like, oh, I have this and that wealth and I have this and that stuff and I got this and that success. I think that's a weak position to be in. And a stronger position to be in is, I want to be thus and so. I want to be doing this and that. Like for me, I want to be making tools for poor people or musicians or people who would just like to do this kind of thing. And they'd like to get these kinds of results, and they do not have the capacity to put that into action because it costs too much money. I want to put stuff in the hands of people like that so that they can get sounds that they like. And in a way, this also, it relates not only to stuff like me trying to put together a beginnings on Console H, but also like the drum and bass dubstep guys who want the Mackie console. They want the Mackie system for doing D&B like happened in the 90s. And that's legitimate. It might not be the first thing I'm doing, but it's still absolutely legitimate that somebody can be like, give me a thing where it can sound like the stuff that I grew up on. I have every sympathy in the world for that. Because it's like that's what you'd want to do. And I'm going to try to do each of these things in turn, because what I get out of it is I got to do that for some people, meaning that there will be people who show up and go, wow, hey, thanks. I'm inspired to do the stuff that I did. You gave me a thing and it made it better. That's worth it. That's even worth it if the people's music isn't all that amazing. As long as they are appreciating what they got, that's what's in it for me, is I got to be able to make something for somebody and they turned around and went, wow, cool. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that, what you did. I felt like it gave me something that I was trying to make happen, and that's the whole thing, is being able to, let's keep moving with this while I talk. this is repetitive enough work that I can probably, it's not going to go first, but I can probably do this. And yeah, that is the idea of like the converting things from dark to light energy. Ooh, look at those. I see something that needs to be updated. I've got sort of markers in here. So let's go and take everything from this rather than just param A and copy it over. Because some of these have special cases, and I've taken to putting stuff in the units. I'll show you, then I'll tell you what I'm about. Paste. See how that says custom unit? It puts a little marker to the right of the control, and it's a little indicator showing you where you are in the big list of controls. I'm trying to make the non-GUI version of these more usable. And now, build succeeded. So that does not make it be console H, not yet. But I'm going to do this 2 more times, and we're going to go from there. And I'll see how much of it I can get done today. Because that's the thing. The point is not, I do this in order to get this result. This is not about, I'm going to make console H because it's going to get me success and fame. Or even it's going to make people invent new genres and really run with it, even though my fixed intention is to do something where it's easier to invent new sounds, no matter who you are. But that's not really the point. The point is I get to be the person for whom that was my aim this day. That's what keeps me going. Regarding what happens, regarding whether trolls show up and tell me that my work is awful and terrible, it's like, oh well, this is what I was able to do today. And you know, some people liked it, which is common because I put enough years into this that typically some people like it. But that's the thing, is with that motivation, I get to be pretty sure that I tried as hard as I could to do what I wanted to do and be who I wanted to be that day. That's not something that's easily taken away from you. And I like that. And I can share that, and that other people can do likewise. In fact, I encourage people to do likewise. What I get the biggest kick out of is not when, like, the guy from Roswell Microphones, like, I'm talking into the Sennheiser that I was using for videos for some time. I got to put the Colaris back into action, and that's why the Soft Clock 2 video also says it's a sponsored video, because I was very plain about how that guy gave me a free repair because I'm Chris from Airwindows. He went and he looked at my channel, and he saw that I have like 4 times the YouTube viewers as he is, but then he's in like Reverb and Sweetwater and all kinds of stuff. That guy runs a hardware company that sells microphones. So that's his thing. But he saw that like I have more YouTube followers than he does anyhow, and that I was being very nice and I was ready to pay for the repair because it was out of warranty. But he was like, you know what? You're an influencer. You're a guy that does stuff, and I like what you're doing with regard to the plugins. It sounds like you're doing similar things to what I wanted to do with making microphones available for people who couldn't afford like an ELA M251, which nobody can afford an ELA M251. Come on. And so he made a $1,600 microphone. Actually, I think it's $1,500 now. That was his closest thing to that, and that's the one I've been using. And so I did a sponsored thing, and I made sure people knew, like, that's what I'm using. I like it. I like this guy's mission. I bought one of his microphones, but this is sponsored because he fixed it for free for me. And I don't think people should expect that he'll necessarily do that for you, but I bet it wouldn't have been all that expensive either. And I didn't enjoy that him giving me something as much as when there's somebody out there, like the guy from Whimsical Raps, who has just released a weird musical instrument, which I hope he sells some of them, man, because I certainly can't afford one. But that guy is one of the people who was aware of Airwindows early on and took some inspiration in the fact if there's somebody out there doing weird stuff just because they want to, and he doesn't have to do it any other way other than what pleases him. People follow my lead sometimes, and when they follow my lead properly, they don't end up being like, oh, I'm going to wear this particular shape of glasses and have good production values and go make plugins that do weird things. No, they do other stuff. Like the Whimsical Raps guy made Eurorack modules, and in whatever way he wanted, and he pursued his own direction, and I have some of his modules. Usually I simply buy them. I did swap with him because that's one of the ways I found out. Like, I talked with him about getting one of his oscillators, and he was like, oh, I've liked you forever. You inspired me early on. Let me give you one. And I'm like, no, whoa. How about we swap things? Let me send you, tell you what, how about I send you an O-Coast and you send me one of these oscillators and we'll do a swap. And we did. And I sent him an O-Coast. And he sent me a couple of different things, because he sent me the oscillator that I wanted, but then also the weird W / thing that's an echo device, just because. And, that was a nice little interaction, but it's never about the people giving me a thing. It's about, like, what I did inspired somebody to go off and start doing something fun that they enjoyed. No, I swapped stuff with the mannequins guy, and that was very enjoyable. I've not actually put the swap into action because the idea for that one was I was going to use that oscillator as part of the insides of my Zox boxes, because I wanted to do Zox box stuff. It's like a 303, but you make it yourself, but patch in a Eurorack oscillator. And I tested it, made sure that it worked. I haven't actually made music out of it, but and now the oscillators are all in different places. But yeah, and Mangrove is the one that I needed his oscillator. But I enjoy more hearing that people have taken inspiration to do something that they enjoyed and was cool. I love hearing about that. I'm much less interested in people giving me things of value or whatever. So typically I won't even let them. Like, I let the Roswell guy give me a free repair because I needed that mic repaired. And at this point, I can't really afford to, I couldn't really replace that microphone at this stage. Like before I had to replace my car maybe, but now, nope, no chance. But, ooh, garbage truck going by. And the deal with, don't mind me, I'm thinking in terms of how my cameras and things are set up, because I just noticed I should probably throw another log on the fire. I'll do that, but it just occurred to me that I could run patch cables around and extend the room microphone that I've got over to a different camera by just running a literal XLR microphone cable with its adapter over to whichever camera I wanted, including that one that's showing the, I wonder if I can focus it on stuff inside the fireplace by opening the door, heightening that contrast a little bit. Let me see whether I can do that. I'll be right back. I'm going to throw another log on the fire, but I want to focus. See if I can focus. That's about as focused as I'm going to get. Not too bad. There, it should be focused on the new piece of wood. And I can clean that window, but not right now. Okay, that ought to get going pretty good. Back we come. Okay, so continuing with the setup for console H, while also talking, this gets to be me talking on stream more than usual, because if I was doing one of the actual coding ones and it was challenging, it'd probably tie my brain up so much that I wouldn't be able to talk very coherently. I'd be all like Junebug and stuff, which is amusing in its own right, but we don't need to go there today. So console to bus. I remember the joke that I had for the channel version, which was I was doing, rather than one with the 2, it's going to be CHP B this time. And my joke was California Highway Patrol, which it's not, but so Travis, I can tell you how to use it with hardware. You might not like it, but I can. Do you mean like hardware recording, like an ADAT or a reel-to-reel tape deck? Is that what you mean? Because you might not understand what we're doing with this. In fact, I can show you a thing. So let me show you my technique, assuming it's loose, it is. Let me show you my technique for using soft clock with hardware. This is my solution for using soft clock with hardware. See, I've got a little set of MIDI cables set up in here. This is an axolotl. It is a small music computer. You can't get them anymore. You can get a thing called the Chaosolotl though. And this is what I have to do for that. Both of the MIDI jacks get used here. The MIDI in I wire to my X key, and I've told the axolotl capture the keys that I play in, so I can put down a chord, and the chord gets entered into axolotl. I have to reboot the axolotl to do a new thing. At that point, axolotl has a set of notes from the MIDI input, and it sustains them perpetually until I restart it. The output of the axolotl is waiting for a input. See where it says in on like the pegboard here? That's a 1/4 inch stereo in that I can patch the wooden tray with a piezo pickup on it. And I patch the wooden tray with the piezo pickup to this, and I hit the wooden tray. And every time I hit the wooden tray, it fires a MIDI note. And that's how I go about, let's see, do we have this upside down or right side up? There we go. And that's how I synchronize MIDI hardware with soft clock. I developed a thing with Axolotl where what I could do is get a sort of wooden piezo-powered hand drum. You could use a practice pad or something as well. And send a piezoelectric audio spike into Axolotl, at which point Axolotl will start playing a sequence with every strike of my fingers being the next note. So I've had 4 notes. It'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would be only playing the notes when I hit something. Only playing the notes when I whack the wooden tray with the piezo thing on it. That's how I synchronize arpeggiators with soft clock. And I have tried things like, for instance, the Arturia key step lets you run in a trigger input. Doesn't really work because it's trying to start running a sequencer. And the sequencer wanders and it isn't responsive and it isn't really synced up in the way, like using the Axolotl with a MIDI keyboard that's responsive enough where it really pops out the note instantly as soon as it gets the signal. I can make a thing which sounds very much like the instrument is part of the wooden tray. My tapping on the wooden tray, and it does do a degree of velocity sensitivity too, which is great. The tapping on the wooden tray triggers stuff really according to my timing, and the timing has to follow soft clock by me literally playing it. The other way that I do that is on the modular synth. I've got trigger inputs that can actually fire Eurorack triggers, and I patch those to a Eurorack percussion generator and do those, and that worked just as well. In fact, that's present on the Soft Clock 2 demo, which is literally the Soft Clock demo played over again, and then I had to show the additional controls I had added. But everything, whether it is the clap or I don't think you hear the electronic drums very much, although you do hear a guitar overdub. But the clap is a synthetic clap out of the Eurorack system, and that's being run by the piezo trigger. That is how you do. So that's the thing. Run soft clock by tracking the soft clock signal to a track and then overdubbing over that, at which point you have to play everything in. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Now, technically, you could try to make a sequencer follow something that you played in. The literal soft clock itself isn't really generating anything where you could turn it into a machine tempo. Like, technically it gets louder as it swings up, but there is no specific point at which it's like, this is the attack. Especially if you have a very slow speed, so that's a slow, groovy, waving entrainment. So what you could do is like clap along with the tempo and then use that to trigger some kind of sequencer that chases tempo. But no, there is no way to convert the audio into audio sync because there's no specific sync. That's the whole point of soft clock, is that it gives you an entrainment rather than any specific moment in time. And that's because maybe you hear the musical statement that's happening. Like supposing you have a 5. Da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the high note, the da 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 da, if that's meant to be on top of the beat, you'll play along with that, and then everything has to register as if that particular note is a little bit on top of the beat, because that's what the musical statement, that's what the musical phrase seems to want. And then other bits might be slower. Maybe you're doing a bluesy groove where the offbeats are hesitated a little, so you've used swing to suggest that. And then you could be playing stuff where your downbeats are in one place, but supposing you want to add either a clavinet or maybe a rhythm guitar that's just upstroke. At that point, you need to listen to what soft clock is doing, and perhaps your drum part that you've played using that swing, the shuffle feel, and the upstrokes need to go along with what the drum shuffle feel is doing. So there is a instant in time where that sits that the guitar now has to track to, but it's not formally specified by soft clock. It's specified by the other instrument. And that's where you get a groove, is by tracking to the other instruments. Like Charlie Watts was great at that when he was alive. Rolling Stones drummer, he was great at being able to set things where the guitars, for instance, were doing stuff. And he was able to make the kick drum sit where the bass guitar was doing stuff, and really doing a phenomenal job at all of that. And if you use soft clock, you have all the freedom in the world of placing things in different places inside the groove based on where you think they should be, while having complete solidness in the overall tempo. The overall tempo will not wander. So you have all the freedom in the world to sit stuff a little bit late or a little bit forward, have it feel a little more aggressive, have it feel a little more laid back. And that's pretty much the entire point. So, to the extent that hardware sync means a completely unvarying machine beat that's always exactly the same, that's literally what soft clock is there not to do. And you could try to force yourself to do it, but that's probably only going to create another human feel that's imitating that. And you'd get the stilted artificial human feel by increasing speed to beyond what a human could really move at. Correct. Well, somebody did, but they thought it was a joke. It came out of a Drumeo video where they were doing examples of weird metronomes and which ones were difficult and which ones were not. And one of the metronomes was a count metronome where it was a voice going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But they introduced that with a gag where they had dog barks and it went roof, 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 roof. And they laughed about that a little bit. Oh, that's stupid. That's terrible. Here, try to play to it. And they had the guy play to it, and he instantly locked in and had a great time. It was like, that's inspiring. That was great fun. And that was the birth of soft clock, was watching that drummer be like, that was super inspiring. I love it. Turn it back on, kind of thing. Yeah, you absolutely can do live looping and using soft clock as the starting. Remember, track soft clock. You can't trust that it's necessarily going to be the same if you just left it at the plugin. It has to be put into the sound somewhere. Now, live looping, that's another question. I'm not honestly sure. What I would do if I was using it in live looping is have it for laying down whatever beat or tempo I was doing, and then once I had something, you turn soft clock off. Because if it's not tracking to the loop, it might go out of sync. And yeah. And the whole purpose of that, which I'm finding, like even if trolls show up and be like, your time sucks, your groove sucks. Everything about you sucks, because they're doing that because they're trolls and what they want to do for... I gave 3 reasons. One is if you have nothing going on in your life and your own creations are terrible, you want to make somebody else feel sad because it makes you feel better. And that is a kind of trolling. Another is maybe it's an AI bro who doesn't like me talking bad about AI, and so they just set a script loose on me to mess with me. And then the third one is you're a political actor that's just causing chaos and trying to make people feel as unhappy as possible. And that's the third one. But yeah, the idea of soft clock is to give people a tool where they can start doing jams that are simply more inspiring and get closer to what they want to do. Like my demo for, I think it was actually Crunchy Deluxe, I think it was. Maybe Soft Clock. But I did a demo of, probably actually it was the original Soft Clock. Because I had a dedicated Soft Clock demo, which was like a wild Zappa-like jam. And then the other one that I showed, which was the more chill, even time Soft Clock, was a jam that I did for going to a con and doing a panel on helping people mix. Something that I could do for YouTube as well if people wanted it badly enough. But that one I did a more normal jam. But the original Soft Clock jam was actually a weird time, and I just did the best I could do at jamming wildly out with like full effort and not holding back, but on an odd time that was hard to count. Because the thing is, like, I am not a trained musician. I've just been playing music for my whole entire life. Like, I've been playing guitar for my whole entire life. I've also played bass. I was playing drums when I was a teenager. Always sort of in the way that I like. So never in the way of, like, I'm going to train to become a studio musician where I could get paid to do this for other people's music. Never that. Never that. Just, I want to make weird stuff like I grew up listening to. Always that. And I laid down on the original Soft Clock demo, a wild time jam where I would just be letting it rip and just going wild on every instrument at once, which usually is a complete and total disaster. But using Soft Clock, I could hear where things were going enough that it was mostly a wild, messy disaster, but it would keep wrenching itself back into place all the time. And that's because of what Soft Clock can do. Same for if you're just doing a normal steady beat, but you can't actually groove or swing for crap, is set it to something that's normal, like a 4 or an 8, and get it so that you can sway and move to it in whatever way you need to for whatever groove it is that you're doing. And then start tracking stuff over that. And it is a strong, suggestive guide to the way things are meant to swing. To the point where even if you make silly mistakes, you're not going to get caught up doing things like hearing a loud clicking and having to wrench your internal time to coincide with the clicking, and thus playing really stilted and coming in too early and trying too hard and having it sound difficult and painful and awful. So yeah. I don't honestly know Mars Volta. That's one that I'm not familiar with. Probably worth me looking into. Anyway, let me keep this moving as well. I believe I just did the version. Yeah, by the end of the day, I should probably have these at least started, and that'll suffice. AH file. This time I'm going to remember the stuff that I forgot the first time around with the channel plugin. Yep. I've always hated click tracks just because I couldn't really be in time even with them, and they're too stressful. The density of accuracy for it is kind of no bueno. Like, I don't like what the click tracks make me do because it's too stiff. And I can kind of play that stiffly, but it tense up and I don't enjoy it. And you kind of have to have the feeling of enjoyment coming through the music, or it's not delivering what I'm trying to do with it. So that becomes just a deal breaker right there. And it was very exciting when I learned that I could do a soft clock that wasn't as pushy as a tick tock tock tock. I still can do those, for instance. Like, I find that this is kind of gratifying for practicing to. I practice my bass guitar to this, and I've taken to practicing on drum practice pads. I've done that once. This will go for like 10 minutes, so I can play bass for 10 minutes. I can't necessarily play drums and tap my foot on the floor. I've got another wooden tray that I tap my foot on so that if I'm playing on the practice pad and tapping my foot on the floor, I get a really accurate sound for what that timing was. And I'll run this for that as well, but it'll become tiring. But I will time to this because it's a mechanical sound. It is not a computer click, it's a machine clicking. Vinegar Jim, you're a man, going straight to my heart there with live tracking a song with the band and then tracking individual instruments into the live recording. I mean, it's good enough for Steely Dan. That's how Steely Dan did a bunch of their stuff. Let's keep this moving too. Private. Boop. There we are. You'll notice that Console X2 Bus is simpler. It doesn't have some of these things. In particular, we don't see that discontapity thing because it does not run discontapity on the bus. I made a bit of a command decision there where it does not get to use that on the bus. Back over to the C++ file where we're going to grab bits of things. And this is also where I got the idea that I could put out the 2-bus of Console X as its own standalone plugin. By the end of the day, I might very well ask you which is to be next week, K Wood Room or X2 Bus. They're both ready to go. X2 Bus is Console X Bus with one fewer parameter. It is Console X Bus without the actual, that's why I call it X2 Bus, is without the console part. So you can run anything into it. It doesn't have the pan, which Console has the pan on the bus, but it doesn't have anything else. And it has the tape hack inspired clipping. It has the filters, which Console X2 Bus has. And it has the tape style compression high frequency filtering, which in Console X isn't used for that so much as it's used to prevent aliasing out of the simple processing that I'm using. So in a sense, you get a preview for, let me see, have I done this? In a sense, you get a preview for what some future 2-tape 9 would be, without all of the bells and whistles and goofy things like flutter and so on and so forth, or head bump. That's going to be available in X2 Bus, and you could have that this coming week. Or you could have the Woodroom reverb. And it's fun to put things like that up to the chat, like, oh, you can't have both of these next week, but I'll tell you what, you can pick which one you want, and then we'll have fun putting it out. That's fun in its own right. Or a marking time thing, like one of the ones that I've got kicking around waiting for me to do. You can't have Chimey Deluxe, though, because I'm going to be revising it. Probably going to do that today. I'm getting it together where I have the new the console X2 for my personal use set up and ready to go, and I have to reconfigure it because I changed the numbers of controls in the channels. I have to reconfigure it, I have to start fooling with it and actually recording music again. But I need to set up some stuff into Woodroom. I may very well start using Woodroom as a Airwindows videos effect. That is not impossible that I start throwing in a nice pleasing sounding reverb effect for just a little extra bloom, a little extra niceness to the sound. Because I can use that. The thing about K Woodroom is that it fills out the fullness and warmth of lots of different instruments really nicely. In some cases, in such a way that it doesn't sound like it's a reverb, it just sounds like the instrument's bigger. It just sounds like the instrument's fuller. And that could, ooh, we're going to 2 votes for X2 Bus. I mean, you're going to get K Woodroom anyhow. Oh, fight it out, guys. I'll keep an eye out for how things are going. But, yeah, the thing about K Woodroom is it's slightly different from the ones I've been choosing to show off the depth of things, but it sat really nicely with regard to just filling out the warmth and things. And I think that would also help like the ASMR qualities of my videos, seeing as I'm like using Silken on them now automatically. And I've got the Colaris going so that we'll have a nice low frequency sound coming through anytime I want. More than this one, which you're hearing, the Sennheiser, is what I had to use for a while. On the other hand, X2 Bus means you now have a Airwindows Console X2 style. You've already got the filter because the filter is simply Smoothie Q2. So you've got that. But Smoothie Q2, the tape hack loudination, and the processing I'm throwing in front of that to suppress aliasing, which functions also kind of like tape compression. So it's a little output stage all by itself. And that's why I'm putting it out. And because I didn't have to use the pan on it, which is going to be there for the final version of Console X2 Bus, because it just sits as being one of the controls you could use if you want. But then I could leave it out and get it under 10 controls. And yeah. Now this is literally showing me which controls I had, so that's actually going to tell you the same thing. So let's copy initialization. That goes there. See, it says custom unit, so I know that I pasted this. Now initialization is there too. And lastly, the actual audio code. And this is the code you get. Oh, I remember now. So what makes it special is not just that it has tape saturation. No. It is even more special than that. So those of you who are going for a wood room, maybe you hear it on the next one, but then you want to get X2 bus next week instead. And here's why. Copy. Let's go up to the top here. Here's where this gets pasted in. First time I build, it needs to build its support files, and so that's what that's about. Second time's the charm. Here's why you'd care. I just closed it. Okay, maybe you don't get to see why you'd care. Well, I lie. You do. Give me a second. I'll make it so that you can. Actually, let me make it so... No, I don't have the audio patched through to this. Well, since when did that ever stop me? Actually, wait a minute. I can do better than that. Hang on. Okay, let me show you why maybe you're going to settle for wanting X2. There's a pretty big collection of people here, so this is a fine time to ask. And I can even open this up. So, actually, no, I have to look in this category instead, don't I? Because it needs to scan for new plugins. Reaper finds new plugins by default. This one don't. Actually, we are... Oh, no, I'm still looking at that. Hang on. That's the audio units. This one, I think it gets each time. There we go. That's all well and good. You'll notice that filter defaults to 0.25. It's meant to run with filter a little bit on. Now here's, and again, I gotta go for the AU. It needs to rescan. Here's what you can do with X2 bus.
I saw something very strange, for they were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. The people, they all joined their hands and they set up a chant. And Discord oozed right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang, Discord, welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Discord, welcome home. We've longed for this for years. We're here to do your bidding, so don't you dare be sad. Let's get this party started, 'cause there's chaos to be had.
But you can also use fader, either to push into the output or not. But much like if you were hitting actual tape on your output, you get a pretty clean way of doing it.
We're here to do your bidding, so don't you dare be sad. Let's get this party started, 'cause there's chaos to be had.
And that's already cranked up really, really loud. So being able to get extra gain on that across all manner of sounds is really going something. So yeah, this probably beats the heck out of NC-17 on drums or whatever. And since it's not actually part of console, you can use it in anything. Anywhere you would like a filter and a compressor and kind of like a idealized tape emulation without some of the characteristics of tape emulation, this is the one. So yeah. That is on offer as perhaps the thing for next week. We shall see. But yeah, I also showed you the wood room. So that's the thing. So regarding the next plugin, I've made a bunch already. And what I'm doing today is starting on the framework for Console H, which I've promised by 2026. Console H is the hip-hop console. It's the one where it's designed that you can reinvent the sounds in a very, very, very radical way. Just use the console as an instrument, including extremely destructive ways. And to do that, I'm going in here and starting with Console X2, which I've also used. Console X2 is not out yet either, and I haven't promised, unlike Console H, I haven't promised Console X2 at any one time. Reason I'm making it is because I made the filtering that I wanted to replace the parametric EQs in Console X, which are designed to resemble as closely as possible an SSL desk, up to and including having even more complicated and sophisticated compression gating sections. Like the Console X lets you do extremely sophisticated things with compression and gating, and more sophisticated than I really needed in practice. So I wanted to simplify it, and rather than have the parametric EQ section out of an SSL desk, because I don't love SSL mixes as much as people usually did, I wanted to replace it with Smooth EQ2, which is shelving rather than parametric peaking, but it lets you tilt the shelves in such a way that it sounds as if you're sweeping a parametric. You're not, but it makes it sound as if it is. And then also simplify the dynamics, and I have a dynamics plugin coming out, which is also what is going to go into Console X2. All for the purpose of being able to do a more raw, direct, open-sounding mix through the system. I decided that I had taken Console X too far in the direction of sounding like big, mainstream, giant studio consoles. And I didn't necessarily want to have it be like, here's all of these little parametric boosts, and they sound like real parametric boosts from real circuitry. It's like, well, but what if I don't want it to do that? What if I want to do something that's potentially way cleaner than that? And so I did. And I'm going to be using the same things for the purposes of putting in the rough drafts on Console H, which is the hip-hop console, the one where you should be able to do all those things, but also be able to reinvent sounds in a really radical way. keeping half an eye on chat, making sure that people are at. The most recent thing that was being asked was, what's your new plugin? So this is what's next week is a whole other story. I've got a big list of stuff that could be next week. Also, you see on screen other things that will be coming up. I've got a revision on PyWacket. This one hasn't been done yet. Circuit Bend hasn't been done yet, but I have an idea for that. I've been asked for a thing called Auto Fade that acts like purest fade, but lets you snap to different loudnesses more accurately. And, of course, 2-cassette. It's a variation on 2-tape that is coming. It's not coming this year. Console H is happening first, but the new 2-tape is, in fact, eventually coming. So, since we're doing the audio unit, this mimics what the other one does. So it does not have CocoaView. My templates actually mean if it doesn't have CocoaView, it's a mono or end-to-end plugin. And if you do have CocoaView, it doesn't actually have a Cocoa programming interface GUI view. Instead, that means it does stereo. Oh, Travis wants to know more about Circuit Bend. I will tell you. Give me a sec. This is nice and straightforward, so I can do this while also talking a little bit more about Circuit Bend. So I've always had a wish for doing something along the lines of circuit bending, and yet there's no obvious answer for what would that mean as a plugin. But a lot of real-world circuit bending involves taking things that are primitive digital effects, like for instance an old Casio keyboard that is actually like some primitive 4-operator FM synthesizer, and so it has all these kind of gnarly sounds that are actually FM sounds, but then it's a 16-bit output, or maybe even worse, maybe like a 12-bit output. And you can go into these old things and mess with the converters so that you're neutralizing some of the bits or flipping them around so that certain bits go to certain outputs and it gets reconstructed differently. So the idea of circuit bend is, rather than simply bit crush, can I break the sound down into bits and then a remainder? Like my sound is like the most significant bit, and then continue removing more. And if you add them all up again, you get the original sound again. But if you take one of the bits out, it grunges it up in that particular way. Then, rather than simply omit or leave out or swap positions of bits, not that that couldn't also be a thing. Rather than that, delays. A bank of delays so that you could have your least significant bits be delayed, and then you also have the remainders showing up, but in a different place. It could be as subtle as like just messing with like high frequency sounds or high waves and manipulating them in certain ways, or it could be as extreme as boop is the low bit sound and then vizht is the remainder half a second afterwards. And yeah, there's bound to be a bunch of cool things that can be done with that. So that is what circuit bend is meant to do. Right now, there's nothing there. But it's going to be turned into a bank of controls. Most likely, it's going to be a bank of controls where you get to delay the position of individual bits in the output stream, but the output's still going to be reconstructed fully with all the bits and all the remainders. And that's why it would fit into a 10-bit system or a 10-slider system, because it would give you the availability of doing some wonky things or doing some really subtle things that are still circuit bendy. And yeah, that's the idea. So that's circuit bend. If anybody is watching and they are a coder, maybe they will go off and do it themselves. I'll still do mine though. What you get when you show up to an Airwindows stream is maybe you hear about a plugin that's going to come out next year, and you got to hear what it was before it was made. Here's all the controllers in Console X Pre. X2 rather. Hit save and it fills everything in. Again, these are the controllers in X2 Pre, which is a mono version rather than the stereo version. So a lot of our stuff only says L now. And we only have FTPD. We don't have L and R for that. But all of our other stuff says L on it. And of course, Console H Pre and Console H Channel are the ones that have the more control. That is tape hack. I feel like maybe I'm not remembering whether I put in the filter part on there or not. I can probably figure it out. Let me go and see. Oh, no, I did. That's literally what pre-tape hack means. I did include it in console. But, so this is the part that does the tape style high frequency compression. To some extent anyhow. It's a approximation that runs fairly efficiently and leans in that direction without being like it completely removes all aliasing. It does not do that, but it makes it better. And we hit save and move on to this section. Where I'm going to remember the stuff that I did first time. In this case, we go up to Q. Each plugin has a slightly different number of controls, which is tiresome, but that's the way it is. Oh, are you packing to go somewhere, Entrev? Would it work to add DRes to melt? I don't know. Hadn't occurred to me. Also, bear in mind, like, Take Care is the most recent melt. So you might think in terms of that. Okay, excuse me. I'm more tired these days because there's so much to do. But it's cool stuff, so there's that. And again, like, if you can work it so that the thing that you're pumped about is getting to do the thing, rather than this is the outcome of me doing the thing, it's wise. I cling to that as hard as I can. Because I need to do some of these things because I want particular results out of them. And I enjoy immensely when people also enjoy what I've done. That's great. But then when people also show up and like, this is the worst thing ever, you suck and you're terrible, it helps that I did the thing I wanted in the first place. And knowing that there are other people who liked it, you know, you end up with the hater being outvoted. And it was never done so that there could never be haters. It was done for the purpose of, I want to do the thing. That ends up being the important part. And then from this to the very end, overall scale and down. Boop. And first time doesn't work, but the second build, oh, I forgot to give it a name, didn't I? Okay, we'll fix that. We'll fix that right away. So remember, it ends in P because it's the pre, and it's California Highway Patrol. There. That's the identity for this one. And now it's hunky-dory. Now there are a series of things that are probably worth me doing. So when I did the original Console X, I gave everything very specific code names as far as controls go. And that's because I had such a large number of controls that lettering everything wasn't going to be enough. It was going to have to be going through to like ZA, ZD, ZE, ZF, and so on. And that is a lot of work. Speaking of, it's also a lot of work to keep this fire going, so I'll tell you what. Break to keep the fire going. The newly in focus fire going. Piling the smaller chunks of wood over to the side a little bit. And this is a lighter one. Alrighty, so that should get going. And I have some good news regarding Console H systems. Here we are with this. Oh, did we not build? Huh. Oh, no, that's X2. That's why we didn't build. Okay, so here's the code we're going to be building from. So when I made Console X, I didn't get to just use A through Z for controls because there were going to be too many of them. It was going to be like 37 controls. So a thing that I did was I arranged them more or less in order, but I gave them unique names based on what the things did. 3-letter codes. And I can start with Console H channel, and we're going to look into that a little bit. So this stuff stays the same, but there's going to be more added, because this is the CABS2 stays. Console H gets the low pass and high pass from CABS2 because that's the correct answer for that. But and Dynamics 2, that stays as well because I need to use the gate on things. But this does not. It does not run on SmoothEQ2. Instead, it simultaneously, in parallel, runs SmoothEQ3 and the most recent audio screw-upper thing that I made, the parametric based one. It's one of the most recent ones. Why can't I remember what it is? Because I'm tired, that's why. I'm going to go until I find what it is. Actually, I can do that easier. If I go to the Windows section, there have been no changes, and these are the most recent ones I've done, including the updates for these. Hip Crush. So Console H runs Hip Crush and Smoothie Q3 in parallel. And rather than being able to go between Hip Crush and Dry with the dry wet control, it goes between Hip Crush and Smoothie Q3 in a sort of blend control. Also, it's a 4-band Hip Crush. So that's what goes into Console H. That's the guts of reinventing the sound completely. And I'm apparently closing all of these. So this part is just going away and being replaced with something else. Something which I've already got built. That's all pretty straightforward. This is going to be a little different. It's still going to have some of the same characteristics, like trim is the pre-drive going into the more control, and more is, of course, TAPAC. And it'll be the upgraded TAPAC with the high-frequency filtering built into it. EQ, there's going to be 2 separate EQs. One of them is going to be Hip Crush. Dynamics will be the same. So a lot of this stuff gets changed. So we're going to start with coming up with 3-letter identities for each of these things and beginning to go through and change it. I will succeed when I'm able to rebuild it just the way it is with these changed names, because then it doesn't matter what the alphabetical order is or whatever. I could take the compression and put it up at the top of the list or down at the bottom of the list. It'll be the same. So and that also implies that we're going to be using the 4-band stuff, but it's going to be Hip Crush's identification rather than Smoothie Q2's. Because again, this is coming from the Console X2 code. Console X2 doesn't run Hip Crush. Console X2 runs Smoothie Q2, which is a completely different animal. Let's call it TRM. More. Hang on. Well, now I have to go and look at what Hip Crush has because we're going to be using it. There you are. We're going to open that also. Oh, will you look at that? Frequency, gain, and bit crush. So this is what I'm copying over to the new versions of it. It's going to be treble, high mid, low mid, and bass is what that's going to be. Fair? So we're going to start doing that now. Or, guess what? We don't have to care about any of these other things. Let's just paste this stuff in. And let's see, okay, so I did that wrong. That should have been replacing this. Down to J. Then K is where the compression stuff starts. And then I'm going to update the names. See, this is why I had it set up this way, is I can just plunk this into any other plugin and it can immediately start to work if it's been set up in this way. What's the difference between 2 and 3? 2 is out yet and 3 is not out yet. But 2, here I'll show you. We'll fire up Discord Welcome Home. And I'm pretty sure this is loaded up. So S for smooth. Yep. So here's Smooth EQ2. You've got this already. There's Smooth EQ2. That's what's going in console X2. Here is what's going in console H. You see this one, all of the detailed little controls, just all of the 4 joysticks with 4 little extra controls and stuff, that goes in one section. That's the hard part. That's the part where you can make things get really crazy. It's essentially hip crush with an extra band. You've already got that now as well. This goes up in the corner where Stonefire's controls used to be. So there is a simple high, mid, and bass. And the 4th control up in that corner goes to the crossfade between this and hip crush. So you can have entirely hip crush, or whatever, it'll run as Res EQ, so you can use hip crush to do sort of a wild band passy thing going on, or you can do this. And it's just 3 controls. It's coming out when you want it. Just a 3-bit.
On the New York Stock Exchange, they all join their hands and they set up a chant. And Discord ooze right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang Discord welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Discord welcome home. We've longed for this for years.
So you can also use it as a additional thing going on. You can do your Res EQ thing, but then also super deep bass, or you could use your Res EQ thing and have some more mids in there, or you can use your crush nonsense and throw a little top end on, just to fill in the treble in a natural way. And this is a bit like the original Smooth EQ. It's a fairly steep cutoff, but not in such a way that it sounds unnatural or filtered.
They were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. People, they all joined their hands and they set up a chant. And Discord oozed right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang Discord welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Discord welcome home.
In the newest version, but yeah, this is what this does, and that is the difference between Smooth EQ 2 and Smooth EQ 3. Smooth EQ 3 is the super friendly and not especially adaptable, but it just does the right thing basically. If you're running something through and you're like, oh, throw lots of bass, well, then you go into your mix and you go whoop, and then all of a sudden it has lots of bass, and there you go. It's possible that I will put this on the console H bus It's also possible that I leave console H bus as the Smoothie Q2 because that's extremely powerful. But there's something to be said for doing something that's approachable, for having stuff where it's like, oh, everything.
For this 4 years, we're here to do your bit.
Or here's my whole mix, nothing has any bass. Well, here's the bass control, up it goes. That's the difference between Smoothie Q2 and Smoothie Q3. And the Fire has returned to full functionality. There we go. That's cozy, right? I could probably set that a little farther away and get away with it just fine. And now we're going to kind of do more of these things, like parameter names also have to be updated. So I have to type those in, but see, TRF is my top one, isn't it? But now I get to just copy these from here. And replace everything up to K. With that, enum is going to need a bit of work, but I'm ready to do that. So oh, I'm going to have to change the numbers on these. That's fine. That's doable. Boop. And then as we go through the process of doing this, we're more or less done with that bit. Although I could just start including that at this point. Now what I got to do, seeing as we've got this in its default setup, we need a bass channel. So we go through and BSF, BSG, BSB. And they're starting at 0 because this is Hip Crush. And I have to update these, which I will do in a moment. My stomach is kind of growling and complaining. I go hungry more than usual. It's not a severe problem yet. How did I have this labeled? How did I have this labeled when I did console X? One easy way to find out, let's go and look. Because yep, I know I've got everything labeled a certain way. See, air, fire, and stone are going to be replaced with high, mid, and low. And range is going to be the crossfade. X-fade is probably what I'm going to call that. So there's a high pass and a low pass. Oh, got them backwards. Silly me. What do you think you're doing? because the low pass is on the top of the stack. But that's not the first thing we hit. So they're more or less in order of sequence. This is labeled for like fire versus stone. That's why they start with F and C. I feel like maybe I'm going to end up with different names for those, but here's where I was looking for. TRF, TRG, TRR. So let's go adapt these now. Not Trenel, what am I doing? I do this as well as I can, but I mean, understand, I'm going to run into a wall now and then. And TR crush it's going to be. HM freak. We go LM freak. And BS freak. And that's how we do. Oh, I can also update pan and fader. And our compressor could use some attention too. Getting fairly close to having this bit done, although I still need to bring in the Smooth EQ3 controls. But thing is, I can just add those at that point. I can just make more of them. Oops. Thought I had caps lock on for some reason. And this gets BS. Yeah, it's just a lot of BS, this. Oops. Not holding down the key is a lot of BS. Okay, lovely, lovely. There's that so far. There's that so far. So we got some controls to deal with here. But I feel like not before... Okay, so unit is going to be the same as thresh. So let's scroll up console a little bit. We're not going to need to use these identifiers because we're not doing a stone and a fire dedicated individual compressions, because we're not doing a multiband. Not on this one. This works differently. So we're basically done with this stuff. But there's a lot of fussing yet to come. And we've not yet used all of the hip crush stuff we need. Threshold. And then the all-important gate. Because gate is what stops the bit crushes from hanging on, roaring crazily when you crank them up rather than down. And then threshold is THR unit. And filter is lop unit. So that's mostly there, except for we don't have any hip crush in here yet. I will probably be grateful that I have that done ahead of time. Oh, got to skip ahead, got some more to do. Got some more of this to do. ESB. THR. And one thing I can do is also keep these strictly in order of where they're going to appear in the stack, which is also more or less order of operation, so that I can know what I'm doing and where they're coming from and going. Release and gate. I can tell it's gate because it starts at 0. Low pass, high pass. Pan and fader. And now that we've got these all done, although we still have smooth EQ 3 to add, this hasn't been done yet, so same deal as before. I might benefit from copying this over to some other file. Note that the numbers make no sense now, but they will. You don't actually have to put the numbers in. It will give it those numbers. But I'll be able to see what they ended up being, so that'll be useful. BSB, threshold attack release gate, low pass, high pass, next. Then pan and fader. Oh wait, I already had those. Well then. Boop. And now they say the same thing. And if they don't say that, it also helps me work out what the number of parameters are if I just count them up like this. And if they don't say the same thing, there will be difficult to find bugs in the middle of all of this. But what we've got currently is roughly the controls I'm going to need for all this, not counting I have not yet incorporated Smooth EQ3 and its wet dry, which is going to actually be part of the filter section and doesn't exist in Smooth EQ3 proper. So you know what happens next. You know why I did that? Actually, wait. Let me check and see if I need to do that. Oh, no, I bet I do. It's not a compressor at all, is it? So there's no reason it wouldn't be end to end. End-to-end means it can have any number of channels. And the VST version of it is the one that's definitely in stereo to go along with this channel plugin. So I guess we'll start down here. This part's designed the same. This part will be different. Rather than having 3 crossovers, we have exactly 2. This also makes Smoothie Q3 run way more efficiently, because Smoothie Q2 has a couple of biquad filters per stage and an averaging filter, because that's the one where I learned how to do that. Well, Smoothie Q3 has literally one biquad filter designed to work with the averaging filter, which is much simpler. So it's as steep as you can get with an incredibly efficient, low processing method of calculation. It's as far as I could push it in that direction. And that will help this plugin run on weaker, older computers. And that's part of the point. Excuse me. And so here's where a Smoothie Q3 gets set up. But I'm going to skip down here. And we're going to do an extra thing here, where it goes underneath all the filters, or maybe over. On my control surface, it has the joysticks on one side and then the controls a little over farther. But this one could be, first you see at the top Smoothie Q3 with 3 easy bass treble, high, mid, and bass controls, and then the complicated 4-band craziness that is Hip Crush. We could just start with that. You could just work from the top and starting from the top and going. If you have Smoothie Q3 lining up on the top rather than underneath everything else, you go trim, 60 dB louder or quieter, or rather 60 dB quieter and even more than that louder if you want. More, that distorts things, cool. And then you hit high, mid, and bass with it set to engaged immediately. And that's where you go, high, got that. Mid, there's that. Bass, there's that. What's this crossfade control? And that's where you learn, until you do anything with Hip Crush, it's crossfading basically to silence. But that's when you start playing with the controls on Hip Crush, like the frequency or whatever, or the gain controls that are starting out at, visibly possible to see that they start out as 0. And that's when you find out that kicks in that way. Otherwise, it would be kind of mysterious. So I think, yeah, Smoothie Key 3 goes on top of the plugin. Good, good. Got that sorted. So, and we'll name the underlying stuff Crush, even though it's also a bandpass filter. And then this gets 4 controls here. Let's call it high, mid, and low, whereas the Crush stuff is treble, high, mid, low, mid, and bass. That's, oh, I screwed up a little bit, but not in a serious way. Let's see. So that means this needs to be low. Cross for crossfade. I'm going to keep everything to that 7 characters that you can fit into VST2s, according to Steinberg. And see where we go from there. So that means this needs to be mid. Okay. So that's trim and more. High unit, on the end of it, it says EQ. So it's like, okay, high, mid, low, there's my EQ. On the end of the beginning of Hip Crush, it says crush, and then it's treble frequency, treble, treble crush, and like that. So that hopefully... I wish, Vinegar Jim. My stomach's rumbling a little bit. I was able to get food for tacos, so I do still have that available at the end of the day. It's not the end of the day. It's closer to 1:30. So I got a few hours going. I'll get there. If I starve too much, tell you what, I'll end the stream early and go eat. I don't think this is going to be one of my get all inspired, code new things, and stay on until like 6 in the evening. And that's good, because I can't do that too often. So, we have a start with this, but we don't have it represented up here. That's because after more, there's a space between that and the TRF. So, we don't need to worry about the unit up here, but we do need to put 4 more controls in here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. What are they going to be? They're going to be high, mid, low, and crossfade. And CRS. I could leave it with all the spaces in here. And we're going to want them to be neutral and set up so that the Smoothie Q3 is the first thing that you hit if you're trying to make a sound, because we can't have a mixing system where you have to know what you're doing before it even makes a sound. So these are 0.5, and this is 1, meaning we're turned all the way over. Well, Now I'm trying to decide whether it seems right if crossfade being all the way to the left is the filters, because maybe that does make sense. That would mean it starts at 0, and if you turn it up, you're turning it into the crush stuff, which starts out at like no sound. That might be better, and I'll tell you why. It'll make a sound at default settings, but if it makes a sound with the crossfade going into the crush settings at 1, that acts like it's a output volume on the filter controls of Smoothie Q3. See, they're set to the middle there. If you middle with them, they make a sound. But if the crush or crossfade, it's labeled crossfade, but if it's all the way up at 1, it'll act the first you run into it as if it is a volume control on the EQs, because none of the crush sounds are going to be enabled right away. If, on the other hand, it's at 0 and it makes sound from the filters, then as you turn it up, that goes away, and it says crossfade. You go, well, what am I crossfading to? And you look over to 4 joysticks in my control surface, but the banks of crush controls, and maybe start playing with them, or looking at the places where some of them are starting out set to 0. You put the crossfade up, and then bring some of those up from 0, and you start hearing what it will do. It brings in that band, and then you can crush the band or change the positioning of the band and whatever. So yeah. It's a start. I'm going to move some of these things around further. Third unit. Lop. So there's my compression, there's the filtering, and then pan and fade. So that seems legit. And I think that's a good start. Now we need to add these. So let's see, where did they go? They went after more. And we had 4 of them between that and the hip crush. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Hig, mid, low, and curse. And then immediately after curse is turf, or treble frequency specifically. I don't build turfs into my plugins, dang it. That's no good. Oh, why am I trying to build it? It's never going to work now. We're a million miles away from this being able to work. Shh, shh. Easy now. Settle down. We're going to pretend I didn't try to do that. We're going to clean the build and pretend everything's fine. There we go. Back we go to this tedious busy work. Although some of it's going to be copy and pastable over to other versions, so there's going to be that to look forward to. This stuff is done. this is done except for, no, I think that's all the controls. Let's start counting them out. Right, looks like we got about 25. Fair. We could have used A through Z after all, but this is better. And that's the number of parameters. So it's answering all kinds of questions for us, and we can fiddle with the... It'll be easier to take controls out of the middle of this, like for situations where we're not using all of them, because we just excerpt the ones, like for instance, on the bus, we don't use attack, release, or gate, so we just hit delete, and then lop becomes 19. But we don't have to change much elsewhere because they're they have their little 3-letter identifiers to them. DK, I don't know if the consolidated version runs more efficiently than VST2. I would have thought that it would run less efficiently, seeing as it's literally running the same code plus GUI, because it's only running the GUI. It's only running the same code that's in the VST2. It's a wrapper. I suppose maybe it's running it in multiple processors? I don't know the answer to that question. Just know that it does actually also have to run the VST2 code to run. That is not changing. So it's the VST2 code plus whatever is within consolidated, giving you the instructions and the lookups and the menus and the knobs and everything. My only conclusion might be that it is running it on a, it's running separate threads because it can, and the graphics thread and audio thread are running separately. But I mean, if Reaper is happier running it, then that's a win-win. Go ahead. That's why I keep putting the consolidated versions out and making sure that stuff will work with them. Let's scooch down here. So there's our Smoothie Q3. There's the labels for a Smoothie Q3. Going to be using Dynamics 2. Going to be using the high pass and low pass. This stuff's all the same. So next thing I need to do is grab the code and there it is. So is this a mono plugin? Well, it won't matter for this stuff. This stuff will be just as happy either way because the internal stuff is in fact left and also right. Also, note how it says biquad S rather than just biquad. These are unique identifiers. Otherwise, if they overlap, there will be trouble. I don't want trouble, so we're not going to have them overlap. We'll copy that. And it should work just as fine either left or right because it does contain the variables it needs. but I'm going to have to go to the VST to get the processing code. So there's a start. In fact, I will even be able to use that for initialization. So we're done with the H file. I think there's nothing further that needs to be added with the H file, but there's a cajillion things to change in the S file. So we'll start moving along with that before terribly long. But I do at least get to do initializes differently. So this reset will work for smoothie Q, no, hip crush. What am I talking about? But we got to update this other one. And the bitcrush stuff doesn't contain ongoing variables, so that doesn't need to be initialized. That just runs within itself. So we're going to have this. And it's already labeled with some of its stuff, but I need to add the base version of it, which means that I'm not quite done, am I? Need to go a little further. Oh, no caps. We need one of these. Then it'll be fine. So I wasn't as done with console H channel H as I thought I was. See, because we've added an additional band, but we're not actually defining it down here. So here we go. And that'll do it. Names appear to be still the same, so here's how we do this. Save that. Go into here. I might make a lot of space around this. Haven't updated the Smoothie Q2 to Smoothie Q3 yet either. But that's as may be. I'm looking at another section here. A bunch of this stuff is going to be the same except for I have to update these parameter controls. Not really worried with that at the moment. There's Smoothie Q2, which is going to be updated to Smoothie Q3. Here is where Hip Crush's controls go. So here's how that looks. Because I just did this. Now this has to be updated. Some of its controls are already ready to go. And this is also going to be the same for audio unit or VST, except for I know I'm looking at audio unit because I'm looking at get parameter. Copy. leave a little extra space there, but paste. Note I keep using the same language every time. And then here's how we turn this into base. And this gets the actual controls, the arrays, rather, option for in selection only. Then I got to get the parameters, so and there's a consistency to them. And I'm pretty sure that's what I used, although I can find out by checking later. Hey, Terrio. Oh, I think it's probably one of my sillier haircuts. I just do that myself. I can't afford to get haircuts. I'm glad you enjoy it. If you enjoy it authentically or you're just making fun of me, either way you're having fun, and that's all that matters. It's fine. So, option, replace within selection. Now I've got a base frequency, a base bit depth, and the base gain. And I can briefly go and check back and see that, yep, that's what I wanted it to be. So right on. BSB, sure enough, fair enough. Got it going. Hell yeah. But that's not everything, because now we add the wet control except for its crossfade. And it lit up in blue, showing me that I've defined that variable. Oh, well, nice. If you like these haircuts, it's done partly by a thing that you stick on your vacuum cleaner, and it's got whirring blades inside that go and you sort of vacuum your hair cut. That's mostly what that's about. So it does its little job. I can't remember the name of it now because I'm busy doing this. Somebody says it in chat. I'll confirm or deny. So here's our dynamics. Dynamics goes after hip crush because you need to be able to gate the output of hip crush. So we'll be dealing with that later. Caps go after that, and so on. So here we have these sections. We have not yet replaced this. But this has been Smoothie Q2. It is going to be replaced entirely with Smoothie Q3. So this is where we fit this stuff. Except for we have to do it from the previous things we were able to use directly, but this stuff I have to get from the VST version. Because the VST version is in stereo. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, though. here's apparently how we have it laid out. This code stays the same except for that different ways of approaching it. So that's the same as what I've already got up top here. See, that's the same as what I've already got. But go down to here and I need the audio code, but the audio code includes the same information I'm working with. Oh, and this one's using the variable k. See, that's what I had to change earlier. In this case, I don't, because we're not using an alphabetical control setup. Instead, we're using control setups with like code names. And my little inside joke of the stacked bicod with reverse neutron flow doesn't really mean anything. It's from an older plugin. And here's where we just take this and put all the audio code in the middle of console H channel, left and right alike. Even including this reference to dry sample. Now this stuff's not going to be ready yet, but we can at least do this also, just for laughs. We do have a crossfade variable defined. Mr. X, I missed what you said. Somehow. The first thing I have from Mr. X in chat is, please, Chris, I know you can. So what does that refer to? Or do you have the order of your statements reversed somehow? I don't know how that would work. Make believe CGI says. At any rate, I defined my variables correctly, not for this, but underneath. Oh no, wait, that's literally smoothie Q. Go farther up. I've defined these pieces of hip crush correctly, and now they include bass. And that'll all actually work, and I have my crossfade variable defined. But we're not done in here. That stuff works. This stuff is literally all smoothie Q2, which needs to be 3. So I'm going to do that next. It's doing it first left and then right. The reason I choose to do that is because in case it needs to do a bunch of processing and it can keep only one side in RAM at any given moment on any given processor, it'll cut down slightly on how much it has to keep in memory at any given one moment. So, end smoothie Q2 over to this. We've got our high, we've got our crush, we've got another level of high. See, A, B, and C, and D is how it does that. And then we need to do a bass. And then we need to update parametric L. So I guess the easiest way to do that is simply to copy this twice and then edit. So copy, paste, and then repaste. And then make sure to remove this parametric L. And then this needs to be updated to be the base version. This actually is even easier though. And here's why. Everything, including the bit crush control, is within this array. So we just bump it over to the next array and we're good. Option for only within selection, and boop. There. And then lastly, so they're kind of built modular. Hey, I'm happy to hear that, VTIF. Excellent. So now we have a base crush factor, and that should actually work. And it's got all the parts it needs to operate. I suppose it's just possible that there's something missing in there, but I doubt it. High H mid, and then L mid. Once more, that's the part that I need to copy over. Although, what's this spacing issue here? Biquad section, we are starting from input sample L, so I'm going to want to update that, but that's fine. That's easy to do. I can do it. I can have this be its own variable and then pass that through to the wet dry. That's what I can do. And we could also have this be the trigger for the compression. Or we can have just raw input sample be the trigger for the compression. That might honestly be the best idea of all. So we got L, and then parametric is sort of smushed up against this. May or may not be what I actually want to do. Or maybe I'd be happier if it was like this. But that's not really ending it yet. So no, I think it's correct. And here's the other channel. Scoot down to here. I understand why I wanted to have it different. Give me a sec, I'll get there. Two of these. We don't add it up here, we add it up after base, but now we have the comment where it belongs. That's the part that I was concerned about. Then, literally the same calculation as before. Replace in selection, another base, including bit factor is drawing from the one that belongs to base, so that's straightforward enough. And one addition here. Alrighty, jolly good. We should have gotten, that should be it for at least console channel. And it only exists in console channel and pre. So I will be able to literally copy and paste this over. And that seems good. Pre will also come in handy if people want to do all of this and they're not in a console mix. I could go smoothie Q for that. How about that? That's a little self-documenting right there. Okay. So I'll be defining those. And the way I'll be doing that is now I need to go back to SmoothieQ2, but I believe, much like with a bunch of these ones that are actually audio units that are end-to-end, meaning that they're mono and you can have as many channels as you want, with all this stuff that's not compression, it's not linked in any way. Typically, I'm running it so that the AUs of the raw equalizer are end-to-end, meaning that I can set up the I can go for, where are you? Smoothie Q2, no. How about Smoothie Q3? Where's this Smoothie Q3? Is it here? No. Okay, it's all the way down here. So we're opening all the projects at once now, but it's for a good reason. Because we're in the channel setup now. Here's where we assign stuff, and we need to take all of this and replace it. From here, here's all of our complicated, elaborate Smoothie Q2 stuff. All the way down to here, and then guess what? Then we have to instantiate these, and then we get to the end of Smoothie Q2. So this is all the setup we have to do just to do Smoothie Q2. That's why that's in Airwindows Console X2, is it's a really very sophisticated EQ that we're not putting here. And underneath that, that is the crazy crush filter stuff. So Smoothie Q3, not nearly as complicated. In fact, I believe I'll be able to use all of this stuff. That's all it takes. And again, custom bipod setup with Q equals 1 gets to omit some divides. This is a very special setup, even on the grounds of setting up biquad filters. And it shouldn't actually matter, but it might. What's going on here is I'm setting up the biquad filters, but the way I'm using it is the biquad filter's resonance is actually literally 1. Not like 0.707 for Butterworth or whatever. When you run the biquad filter alongside the exponential IIR filter, the value gets to be literally 1. So I don't need to do as many math operations even in setting up the biquad filters. So those run faster than they otherwise would. Look at how little code is sitting in there. And we don't have to pass in frequencies because they are preset. They're rolling off at 4K and 200 hertz. A very gentle little curve. And here's the part where we get third order steepness at very low CPU, and I'm leaving those comments in there. I don't believe I need to worry about treble gain, mid gain, or bass gain showing up anywhere else. Copy. It will blow errors if I haven't got it right. Paste. There's our Smoothie Q3 setup. And we have to pick out the right K params for it, but that's fine. I'll get to that later. And then this is as big as the audio unit is. Look at that. Not much going on there, is it? And we're going to get it from the VST because the VST has left and right versions available. and it's not that much bigger. So down we go. Past here, past TAPAC. And we've not deleted SmoothEQ2 from the actual code yet. Only from the initialization, only from running controls. This is the actual code in the middle of all this. So this is as much as you have to do in order to run SmoothEQ2, because they're quite steep crossovers and there's a lot going on. It goes right up to here. Boop. And we fit it in here. And it's only that big, you see. So that should help all of this. I mean, I could do further things like if you don't engage the crazy filtery section, it could leave all of that out. That would make stuff run faster because you'd be doing way less in terms of these. Or we could leave only the ones that are at 0 out. Just if statements and more if statements. So the way that works is if it's running on the crossfade control, I can bypass all of hip crush, 4 bands of complicated stuff. If on the other hand I am watching for whether individual bands in hip crush are set to 0, there's a problem with that because it needs to set the output to something. So that's a bit of a concern. But yeah, or I can leave it all working and we'll just see what happens. But first of all, we can go copy. And boop, that is EQ3. And rather than simply overwriting input sample R, we are going to create these SmoothEQL and SmoothEQR on the fly. Go back up to where it is, and here's where we make it. There. So that's where those crossovers come from, and that should do it as far as including SmoothEQ in there. I believe that's everything. So we get to close 2 separate forms of the plugin. We're down to just console H channel. Like the other ones are going to be easier because this is literally everything in its definitive form, without anything being taken out. The versions that are in like the bus plugin have some stuff taken out. Or arguably, I could leave the bus plugin as a more elaborate form of EQ. I don't know if I like the idea of that, but I could. And just have that stuff up, like the bus plugin could work the same way as just X2 bus. That could be a correct answer, because you wouldn't necessarily be doing certain things you'd want to keep, certain things you wouldn't. Like for instance, I could see the isolation filters being on bus because that's the sort of thing that one could do in hip hop. You go swoop down on everything and the entire bus just does that style of filter down. That's a different style of filter than the cabs 2 filter. And that's probably correct. Because if you wanted to make that particular style of tonal effect, that's where that stuff came from. By the way, I also have another thing to attend to because I've been so busy doing this that the fire's gone out. Look at that. It hasn't totally gone out, but it's kind of gone out. We don't want that, right? Better fire go out. We'll end up getting chilly and cold. It's not. Put the logs there in a little cross so that there's more surface area to catch. And that should happen promptly. The coals are still so bright that it's going to light. I don't even have to put a flame in there. See how it goes. And back I come. So what remains to be done, having put this in? Well, shucks, a number of things. So this stuff is all working. Or if it's not working, it is at least, this is where we get our filtered sound, combining the outputs to Smooth EQ and parametric L. But there's an additional thing, which is I think I need to either assign those differently See, now what I'm thinking about is, could I make all of the dynamics run off of the unfiltered sounds, not only including the, so that would also include compression. What that means is everything in the dynamics section could operate on like a heavily filtered sound, meaning that if you cranked up, say, the highs, it would compress that result and then give you the output of the filtered thing. That can be done by assigning the actual sound. Like what's happening now is input sample L and R go into the beginning of Smooth EQ, and then the output gets made into something else. Input sample L and R go into the input of Hip Crush, and then the output gets named something else. We see it right there as Smooth EQ L and Parametric L. That's all fine. If just plain only input sample goes into the dynamics control, and then as soon as we have to make an actual output level, that's when we swap it over to the filtered stuff. That means you could make a filtered thing, but then it would be responding to, like you could boost bass and the bass wouldn't be more compressed by doing that, or pull out mids and the mids wouldn't be, more compressed by doing that. There's a great significance to what we feed into the triggers of these controls, and two separate places it's being considered. One, the gate part, which has to be before it hits specifically parametric L and R, because parametric L and R are the ones that can be out of control, roaring, full compression, bit crush, feedback noise, and that needs to be gateable. And then the compression part, you could have the compression be, well, you know what? Probably the next thing to do is, we're not really quite towards getting to try this, but that's probably what needs to happen is I need to try what it does when the dry signal is just what's getting compressed. And the dry signal is in fact saturated with more and gain and stuff, but not everything else is happening to it. Let's see. So, and this is the key part. So, Console H is going to use the console code that also exists in Console 9 and Console X and Console X2 for summing. Yes. All those things are using the same basic summing algorithm, which was worked out using the math optimizer Herbie to have the most accurate low volume level stuff, like the stuff that's almost zero is as accurate as it can get. And that's why I chose it. And it's also gain staged in such a way that it's not, well, I'm not sure though. I feel like it is possible for it to, I'm not entirely sure whether it's clipping over 0 dB or not as the console algorithm. I only know that you can push it in various directions, and that's been working, it's working okay for Console X2, and I'm going to have to see what it does for Console H. Because one of the things I'm going to have to be able to do is have it set up so if you've got a big like 808 kick or something, and you're playing with the knobs, you can saturate it without causing a buzz. That's going to be necessary. It's going to be necessary to be able to push this entire system with bass content in it without causing unpleasant additional distortions. It needs to really soft saturate for that stuff, and that includes within the console algorithm. So I will just have to see. I will just have to see. It's easy enough to do the gain staging on it. I can probably boost it or pad it by 6 dB if it comes to that. And then here, see, so we're replacing input sample, which otherwise has not been touched, with this crossfade related, heavily filtered, doing a bunch of tricks kind of sound. And this is what belongs somewhere inside this. This isn't going to work. But maybe rather than do that, see, I don't really want to make another set of variables here. So gate is being evaluated directly. This is changing the amplitude. This is my pre-gain. There's a way for me to deal with that though. Okay, so bear with me here. There's my pre-gain. So I could do that but do it for each of the independent filter parts. That's legit. This would be part of the original sound, so that gets kept because we're not feeding that back into input sample. This is changing underlying stuff. This is not. This is reading the measurement sample. Also, this is not editing as gate. So without actually losing what I've got captured in there, I can do that. Yeah, that's my makeup gain. Makeup gain matters in this. Here's my first stage of filtering. We're not feeding it back into the main at any point until we get way down to here. Oh wait, we're repurposing CBA fade. Can't do that. Can't do that. Here's where we get input sample L back. That's the thing. This is where we apply the end result. So in front of this is where we put the filtered stuff in. And then gate runs separately, but we do get to damp it down after that with this. So here's where we had before. And let's do 2 instances of that. There, 1 for each. And so I'll copy that comment over here again. That would work. And here is where we apply the actual compression. There, so that happened. Hey, Grant. So there's the compression stages. That would do it. We've swapped it out for the equalized version. There's our filterings. And here is where we do the pre-gain. What's that called again? Makeup gain. I mean, I suppose I could apply it to also the filtered ones, because I do have to apply it to stuff. Yep, I'm trying to get a first non-GUI version of that started, because of good news. Good news is that Sodara is finishing up some work for, I guess, whoever the owners of Juice are. Sodara, who does Sign Machine and Pample Juice, is finishing up some work with that, is finishing up Sign Machine, which is an exciting synthesizer that I'll be talking about again, and looks like he's going to be able to spend a little time updating Pample Juice to mono repo status. If Pample Juice exists in mono repo status, I can start throwing out way more GUI plugins than I ever was able to before, because it will make that process easier to do. So we shall see. And I would never be able to do it all on my own, but he's looking to upgrade his framework to that, and I can be the test case. That will involve like everything getting rebuilt every time I rebuild anything. But it'll also involve me being able to put out console H with GUI and console X2 with GUI. That's going to be exciting. So now we're doing all of the above. I am going to have it compress, because it's designed to compress on itself. It's doing pre-gain, but it's also doing pre-gain in front of the trigger. But then we're swapping out pre-gain for these filtered things. So I have to also get smooth EQ, L and R. So we're basically just doing all of them. It's up at the top of this and down to here. Input sample, smooth EQ, and parametric all get these particular boosts. They all get the same pre-gain or pre-cut. And I guess we'll see how that works once we have it actually working in any way, shape, or form, which we don't, not even close, but I feel like I can do it before I break for a pit stop. And I've got the stove going again. Evidence of the stove going again. Ta-da! Close-up wood stove this time. I don't know whether that's actually better than the wide-angle lens. But if people desperately want to see my entire room with the stove in it, that's cool too. This is just doing a dramatic close-up of the fire. Yay. And I'm going to see which one's more fun to play with. Or I could keep playing with more. I could have it be a semi-close-up rather than pits of hell. Because right now we're basically like, hi, we're coding in the pits of hell today. This is the inside of my wood stove. I mean, I live in America in 2025. Yes, we're coding in the pits of hell, but not to let that stop me. So where are we at? It's still not going to work, and I'm going to tell you why. None of this is ready to go yet, but that is just a process of patiently going through and setting all of these things up as needed. Did I have to compromise a number of controls for my new guitar amps? Kinda. kinda. The deluxe versions use exactly 10 controls, and that's all the bands that are available, so they parallel things on top of the bands, like the amount of overdrive is the highest band you have set, is also the amount of gain. So yeah, back off from, oh, Grenz, that's why I thought you were in France, is that you have been in France. Somebody reminded me that you were Dutch, I guess, but I remembered something about France, and sure enough. Yeah, so there are some controls, there are some compromises. If I was to have Pample Juice easily making me lots of GUI plugins and stuff, those would all be kind of standalone unless, like Sudara seems to think it's a fairly straightforward thing. So if it's too easy, well, gosh, we can go a little beyond it. If making it just be a mono repo is too easy, you could do a thing where it dumps all the resulting plugins into neatly organized folders that people can go to download from. Like if just doing it by itself is too easy, we can do something about that. We can make cooler and more exciting things. A nicely designed download section that people can be relatable. But we shall see. I will see what we can get out of all of that, because I'm somewhat dependent upon that in the first place. So 1, 2, then 4, 12, gosh. That's 12 right there. Then another 4 and another 4. And that's what our parameter situation looks like. So all I got to do is update this stuff to match what's in the other window. And that's pretty straightforward. Oh, you were in it? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm all confused. Fair enough. Jonathan's French. Somebody was French. Good enough. I stand corrected. Sometimes I just get stuff all confused, and it's hopefully fine. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, if it was really upsetting that I got it wrong, I'd be sorry, but there wouldn't be much more I could do about it. But if it's fine, then fine. Honestly, me being silly shouldn't get in anybody's way. If I didn't dare to be silly, I wouldn't be doing this. I tell you that right now. Nice thing about this is if I get bits of it wrong, I can see because they show up in blue if they match an actual value of some kind. So I wonder if I can do this in one of my patented little dancing across the keys scenarios. Can do it in sections. Beginning with trimming these. TTT HHH LLL BBB. Hopefully it'll go about 3 times as fast as it otherwise would, because I'm kind of skipping around. R. bunch of M's in S. And then FGB, 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 FGB each time. Let's see how easy that is to do. Yay! That wasn't too hard. Yay! Now a bunch of these are now done. Igor, I'm happy that worked out for you. I'm looking to update one that I haven't put out yet. So I'll be rebuilding it and starting over. I have a Chimey Deluxe. I might actually just be putting it back to the original algorithm because I ended up getting frustrated with the Chimey guitar algorithm, doing a variation, and then it's not behaving properly in Chimey Deluxe. So I can go back to original Chimey Guitar Deluxe. But I need to redo it because it has too much gain. And I'm using it on bass. And it's doing incredibly well on bass, except that it has too much gain, and my settings are just these tiny little motions, and I need to be able to crank on more knob turny for them. But yeah, I am actively looking towards being able to bring a bass amp that's as good as Pointy Guitar is for a regular amp, or indeed Pointy Deluxe. That should be nice. So, back to longhand. If you think we're done, no, we're not. But this is an important section to be working on all the same. So now we'll have all of the parameters set, but we are not doing these correctly yet. Let's follow that same pattern, shall we? 2, then 4, then I think we have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sure enough. And then 2 sets of 4. I'm going to have to be cautious of the custom unit stuff too. But that's fine. I guess I can write that. And I do believe that the custom unit stuff is going to be correct for both of these sections. So that'll be good. So let's copy that, and then we're gonna, no, that's also an initialization, but this not. Oh hell. Okay, and in the buffer is the set of 4 that I'm going to be pasting. This also has to go. And the buffer is the one I have to be pasting. Twice. Boop. And boop. Okay, so we've got a bunch of repetitive nonsense going on. Oh, is it good on 303? Cool. I am pleased to hear that. I enjoy 303 sounds. So we start with this. Trim. Caps lock again, please. Thank you. Oops. Just like that. Thrice. And that'll cover us for trim. So that's done. More. It's going to be even more time consuming doing the VST one, but with a bit of luck it will be well worth it. In particular, what's going to happen is I'll be able to take this and like prune some of the controls out or add more or use them in future versions of console and just drop them in, because they're not oriented according to an A to Z count within. It's like using enums. It's like using enums, that I can take chunks of it out and it'll just automatically compensate. It'll just do what it wants, or what I want rather. So on to this next batch of 4, high, mid, low, and curse. No, not J. And unit. Sure enough, that was the correct unit. It'll be labeled EQ. We'll be able to see this by the end of the day if this works. Maybe not everything, but we'll be able to see this part. This is the really time-consuming part. Oh, hi, that's D. You just become mid. That was easy. Low. And crossfade. The mercy of this is I get to see when it's done correctly or not, because it changes color. The ones that I don't want are in black. Now we have a big messy pile of nonsense, but we can walk through it and it won't be that bad. Tier F, F, G, and B. Triple gain is what that means. And then bit crush, because this is not just a big parametric equalizer, this is a mondo giant hip crush. We're going to hear what that sounds like when we get to this actually working. I'll load it up with like console 9 bus on it, and you get to hear what it does. That should be great fun. Or indeed, console X2 bus will work just as well. But one thing at a time. TRB. Funnily enough, these could be arranged in any order, because it's just going by the cases. HMF. HMG and then HMB. Ay, yikes. That's better. LMF, I guess, is next. Yeah, it looks like it. LMB, No. G. Thank you. Would have worked even if I reversed those, but I'm a stickler for having them be in the right order. Only in that way can I make any sense of all this. L and B remains. Lastly, base. Bzb. Hey, I got through the 12 controls that compose the giant Mondo version of Hip Crush. It'll be worth it because it's going to be sick when we actually get to use it on a full mix. Imagine that. Imagine going bonkers with that. You could start with any damn thing, really, and it would be just whee. Okay, threshold, detect, release, and gate. Threshold gets a custom unit. Sure enough, that seems correct. Attack. Release. See, my thing with this stuff is I do not care if it is elegant. It needs to be self-evident. Only then can I work with it. It's got to be self-evident. And so this is organized in a very particular way for that purpose. Here's our gate, GAT. Then low pass, high pass, pan, and fade. Low pass gets a custom unit. Sure enough, there it is. If I had that wrong, it would not go blue in that way. Oh, for heaven's sake. There you go. And pan and fade. Bada-boom. Ah, I see an issue. I don't think this is correct. We need smooth EQ 3, not 2. Come on. Everything else is up to date. Come on. Oop, but I need the version from the VST. I need the version that's in stereo. It's going to be at the top of CPP. There it is. And we're going to update the comment, but not before doing that. And then I have to make sure that the original version in the C file has this, because I'm pretty sure I have it in the code. I mean, the original version in the H file, rather. Okay, that's just fine. That's just fine. That was already there. That's fine. That's fine. We need a high fast, a low fast, and then the IR for each. So that's fine. What remains? I'll tell you what. Fire here. Actually, no, it burned out fairly quickly that time. Let's fire it up a little bit more, and then I'll do the final last bits, and we'll see if it builds first time. I take a giant log for fire. This will go for a while. If it doesn't burn right, I can throw smaller logs in there on top of it. There you go. That'll go for a while. It's starting to get good and cold around here, but the current situation is doing quite well as far as being able to deal with that. In particular, if I get it like nice and warm, either during the morning or if I wait around and derp around for a while, if I get it nice and warm in the afternoon, it will stay reasonable pretty much all night long, and then I'll just have to make another one in the morning. So it's all pretty good, and I'm trying to make fire plugins, doing my level best. I wonder whether auto is disturbing. Like, does this worry you? I am Chris of the Flames. Okay, maybe not. Or I could set it up to sit halfway. Anywho, where are we at? What's left? I'll tell you what's left. What's left is assigning it correctly to all of this stuff in here. So we don't need that open anymore. Or that. Everything's done except up to and including this bit. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. Everything's initialized. Everything's using the right parameters. All the parameters appear to be correct. Everything's done except here. These are still saying param B and param A and such. So what I need to do is identify which control it is based on where it is in trying to get its information out and assign it to the correct unit identifier, the 3-letter code. And that's what it must do. So A and B is pretty straightforward. This is trim. And this is more. And this is also more. So they do sometimes duplicate. Having done there, now we've got the Smoothie Q3. That does not use A, B, and C any more than this used A and B. But what it does use is Hig, mid, and low. So and there we have Smoothie Q3 under control. of the actual knobs that we'll have. Excuse me. Do we have more parameters in here to look for? Perhaps not. No, that was just amplitude. Filtering's built in. This one's based on given settings of filtering. We're also using K, which is usually reserved for biquad K. In fact, if we don't do this correctly, we might need to not redefine it. That could be something that I run into. In fact, just for general purposes, I'm going to edit all in scope. Oh, I didn't need that to be caps lock. And we're going to have it be the biquad form. But now I'm going to scan down and see if we're redefining it. And we sure are. See, we get to reuse that stuff. That's just a temporary value. And then are we redefining it yet again? No. No, hip crush is the last place that we redefined it. And so we had hip crush and smooth EQ 3 at the same time. Both of them defined K and norms separately. But we get to reuse those values, and so that's fine. So, high, mid, and low. Frequencies doesn't care. Ooh, check it out. We get to speed things up a little bit because we've already done all of hip crush just because it already kind of started out as. Hey, CyberCK. Audio plugins and music making. And you'll see in a moment. And then we have the compression and the pan, and we're almost ready to go. You watch, we're almost ready to go. THR, threshold. Thresh equals threshold. Good. ATK is the first one. Slow res, RLS, is the second one. And note that we add some of BezRes to it, so slow res tries to be always slower than the attack. This is not what I do in the bus compressor, by the way. The bus compressor has the release faster than the attack. With similar, like all of this stuff is different for the bus compressor, but that's another story. And then gate is respelled gat, and that is correct. Then low pass and high pass. Lastly, pan and fader. Okay, I'm tempted to not play this up. It would be just like me to have some kind of little mistake or oversight going on. That would just figure. Right, you scooch all the way down to here, and it's all supposed to work perfectly first time. But does it? That, I don't know. But we'll find out, because I'm going to hit Command B and build it, and we'll see whether it builds, either whether I have to build it twice to get it to kick in, or whether it builds first time. That is all consistent with having to build it twice to get it to build its libraries first, so don't worry about that. That always happens the first time I try to do a build in this system. Now what do we got? Hey. So this is exciting. This means that doing the bus and the pre are going to be all the faster because I'll just have to copy over only the parts that are used. Here's the really exciting part. Does it load and does it work? And for this, I'm going to move it over to the big speakers. I use an optical cable for the mains. I'm also going to be kind to my poor little laptop and bring its cooling platform. See? Cooling platform. Hit a click by mistake. Don't mind me. Cooling platform engaged. Plugged in. How often am I able to check to see what it sounds like with an instrument? I'm about to. I've got a whole folder down here called synth tones that will let me do all kinds of nefarious experiments. And we're going to just copy this over without duplicating it. And go to a drum passage. So this sounds like this. Probably can't hear that well, but you'll hear it a little tiny bit. I don't get to run this system into the stream directly because I do that using SWB audio capture. That's on a completely different computer. Console H channel. Here we go. That's it. Then we will throw on, like just in case console X2 bus turns out to be exactly what we need. We'll set it to its default that does the decoding for the channel processing. Let's see. Well, let's save the stack first. Nothing if not suspenseful. Oh, my stomach is rumbling away like crazy, man. It's like, stop for tacos now, damn you. I might be about ready to thaw out tacos like an hour early. I can do that. I can push everything an hour early, and then I can have the evening be a little bit more relaxed. But for the moment, first glimpse of console H. If you just hit play, it just sounds normal. Maybe. We're going to see whether it's working or not. Okay, that sounds pretty normal. How many of these things work? Okay. Trim works. That's more or less gain. In fact, I can run it through the entire console system, and we're kind of clipping a little bit under 1, but if the fader goes over 0.5, it goes a little hotter than that. And then if the fader on the master goes high, that's when we get a full crank. So far, nothing is engaged. It's going to go and start playing drums again. More. This is for the purpose of doing sort of tape-style fattening. Yeah, that works. It's also got a bit of discontinuity in there. So it's like moreness and loudness and stuff And you don't have to get your gain that way. Here's our crossfade. This is the above settings at crossfade 0. Silence at crossfade 1 because we're not doing anything. Oh, I have an update to do though. This is not quite ready. This is not quite ready. But highs, mids, lows. So far so good. So the thing that I did not mention is that LM, low, mids, and bass are going to go to the same numbers for the time being. They should run separately, but they're going to be at the same frequency unless I make them not be. So, treble. Seems the chip. Crush. Gate. High mid. All very good and fun. Low mid. And bass. See, I told you exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is stop. I did save that as console H. And I'm going to zip in here and fix that before I go any further. Because I knew I was likely to forget something. This appears to be the thing that I forgot. Unless there's something else. We'll see. I'm also testing all the controls while I'm at it. So here's the area in question. So L mid frequency, this is the part that I'm interested in. So low mid frequency goes up to 3000 and down to 20 hertz. I could cross that over a little bit. I could let it go down to like 60 hertz. Oh, no, better. 40 hertz. Let's have all manner of crossover. And let's see. High mid goes down to 300 and up to 7K. High goes down to 1K and up to 16K. 3K to 40. Bass, let's call that 1K to 20. And then the power factor here is controlling where it seems to sit, but this is probably fine, I think. It's a pretty wide range of adjustment, but all the same. Ooh, I can make this be more bassy by having it be a higher power factor. Let's live. We've never actually tried it with 4 controls. So this can be a power 4. The mids can be power 3. And the highs can be power 2, which is going to give me a broader range of adjustment up in the bright area. And it still goes down to 1K. But that's probably going to do it. Let's see. Also, I can include the fact that it's floating point just because we're working with floating point numbers, so why not? Build. Okay, we've now replaced the previous one. See, I told you I wasn't going to copy it to the desktop just yet. It wasn't ready. Back to our effects stack. It's set back to no change. So again, we've tested all this stuff. High. Low. But these are the ones we've just changed. So treble, now the default treble is a higher pitched sound. This is a much better range of adjustment for treble. I honestly could put it even higher, but I'm not sure I need to. It already goes higher than the actual head is. Mid. That's a good range. Low mid. Yeah, that's low mid. Right down to bass, or up to higher mid. It needs a pretty good range for that. And lastly, there's our bass. See, having it raised to the power of 4 means that the frequencies will tend to accentuate your deep, deep bass frequencies. I am indeed making a plugin here. We got a big range of subsonics in there too. Now we will temporarily go back to the regular filter. We'll push everything so that it's loud enough over the very directional microphone. So we've done all this. Compression and gating. Faster attack. Slower attack. Release. Doesn't do all that much in that setting, but now here's where we can get a little playful. Lows. Less lows. Highs. Less highs. Okay, so that's compression. And that's compression with the attack left on. It's slightly reactive. Here's a little dynamic inversion. And see, it looks like we can already reinvent a little bit. We haven't even used the gate yet, but it's acting crazy. Turn this into this. So that's a different sound. That's not the same sound at all. That's with the compressor. So now if these are the same, let's let the whole sound through again. Pump it up a bit. Here is our 4 bands. Here's our 4 bands on drugs. So what do we do? Voila, gate. happens if we compress, because the compression is also not following that sound. This is fun. Let's get some more normal lows in there. Highs, lows, no mids. Here's the gated version. Oh, threshold is affecting it. So, tell you what. Got a little sort of weird rumble and scrunch going on. So some of this is just because I've got so completely silly with it. Here, let's take the realistic crossfade highs out of here. Moderate this so that it doesn't push as hard. And then bring back in some of the crazy gatey stuff. And I haven't even touched any of the frequency controls, which do this. CyberCK, these are free open source plugins. Once I'm finished with it, you can just download it and use it. That's on purpose, by the way. I can't get a hold of this right now, though. It's not out yet. I can show you the ones that are. Okay, so this is fun. Console H, everybody. You can start with this and turn it into this. Yep, free for all, no exceptions, correct. So that's all well and good, but what can I do that sounds a little bit more normal? Because I knew I could get silly. Let's use the default preset, set it right back to normal again. Now what can we do with this that would be useful? How about saturation? I may or may not need additional gain. These are available so I can pull the mid back a little bit there. But then let's make a regular ResiQ style. And when I say ResiQ, what that means is these controls are resonances that I can adjust around. So let's see if we can dial in a cool, like really heavy sound, but without any of the crazy gating. I can probably do some compressing. Oh yeah, a little compressing. Probably don't need gate. Actually, gate doesn't engage with release that long. Vinegar Jim, you are so correct. So now what can we do? Frequency. That seems to be where the hi-hat is. High mids. That seems to be where the snare is. Is there anything in low mids we want? Let's find out. Low mid frequency. We're not doing crush on anything. Well, or let's crush the low mids. We can do that. Oh, no, wait, I did it wrong. That's not correct at all. That was doing the high mid crush by mistake. Crush sits underneath this other stuff. Low mids. Now let's find the kick drum frequency. Good, good, good. Okay, well there's the techno rumble that I've sometimes found in here, but let's not do it this time. We'll make that a little bit strange. And let's bring those low mids again now that we've got them. Okay, so that's a slightly crazy sound. Can bring the highs in a little more. There's the compressed style bit crush. Lower the bit crush enough and it starts cutting out in appropriate places. Let's bring bass back to non-crushed. And then lastly, we started with this, so let's combine them. And then there is our fader, giving a lovely high peak there. That's the amp style filter. Lastly, let's push the master fader harder. And let's throw more trim. And less more. So now we got a little bit messy with goofy weird stuff, but we're able to turn this sound into this. Although we made it weird with the crushes. So let's take those crushes out and see what happens. Bass is very loud. Oh wait, no, let's keep this bass but turn down this bass. Okay, so that's a pretty beastly big sound out of just a couple of front-of-kit mics. They just sound like this until you get real messy with it. And again, let's kick it on. Now we have super gaiety sound, which if we do that, we can put the crushes back. Hey, that's different. Okay, we've just made a pretend reverb out of nothing. Hey, see you next time with CyberCK. going to be making tacos before very long. It's almost time. There we are, reverb without reverb, thanks to Console H. Also, I can have some more. We can have more dynamicism in here. Use that high pass and low pass to change it into something completely else. More lows. Alrighty, and again, we're starting from here. We have no reverb, we have nothing, and Console X2 bus is just decoding the console version. I'm going to go and start defrosting my cheese for tacos because I'm going to run a little bit early today. I'm going to give myself tacos a little bit early today, along the lines of like say 4:30 or so. I'm going to call it because we got there. This is a working audio unit version, a generic version of Console H, which can be used to reimagine sounds. That's exactly what I hoped was going to be able to happen. Okay, I'm back. And let's dial back the craziness and put the camera back on. Yeah. Okay, now how do we dial back this madness? Turn it down a little bit. Make it clean. Dial back the weird frequency business that we're doing. Bass crush is basically okay, but this is pushed too far. So none of that sound and none of this sound. There's no treble crush. We don't have to gate if we're not doing the super overwhelming stuff. Which means that, oh, actually that sounds cool. Okay. We got a no cool sound just like that. It's just a matter of compression. But if we don't compress, we're back to the normal sound, if you can call this normal, because this is actually the crossfade sound. This is just a bunch of frequencies in tight little bandwidths. So we can bring those back to normal. Then back to the 3-band EQ. That returns to normal as well. We've already done the low pass and high pass. So with all these things basically back to normalcy, if we now set this to bypass, it's pretty close. So a little different. So if we were to use this to set it literally back to exactly normal again, it gets to be pretty close to normal, although not absolutely perfectly, because this is still a console system, so you get to hit the bus hard if you want, or rather than just hard clipping, you're still running into tape hack. So you can do this just with tape hack. That's all just tape hack. Although that's really going some. So there we have very little in the way of freaky stuff with the hip crush, but we can turn a relatively innocuous sound into sort of like Beatles Fairchild 670 wackiness. Up to and including inverting it. And that's without hip crush. Can we gate it? Let's use the low pass and high passes a little bit. Make it a more speaker cabinet kind of rumble. Guitar amp kind of sound. Weird sort of crunkle. See, the thing that I like about this is it's a nasty sound, but this doesn't come that easily out of like samplers and bit crushers and stuff. I think you should be able to get sounds like this very easily if it pleases you. It's a really intense, aggressive sound. That was a big thump. And you can throw all manner of stuff like this into a console mix and it'll just soak it up. But this is a really sort of grungy, vibey sound, but there's this funny juicy quality about it from all of the phase shifting going on in these filters. We bring them up. We still have the big rumble underneath. So yeah, you define where you want the resonances and things to sit. And you're not even hearing this properly. The mic is pointing away from the speakers here. You're hearing it bouncing off the back wall, at best. And back we go to normalcy. Except I got something turned down. Oh, I've got gate all the way up, that's why. Okay, I'm bored of the drums now. But yeah, there you have it. That's der puppy. All these things are available. Granted, this middle section is the most intimidating, but that's because it's also the most fun. Let's do the same thing with treble. That's pretty aggressive. See, the high pass is even more useful than a good clean one because we're rearranging where the rumble sits. It's very low here. Sort of a jet airliner going. Yep. Got there. I think you could do terrible things with all manner of stuff that way. And hopefully the reasonable things one might also want to do are just as easy to do. That's the hope. So I'll spend another like 45 minutes or so derping around finishing this up. Unless we want to just hang out listening to music and talking. I do have this other stuff to do though. So one thing I could do is the VST section is going to be a big pain in the butt. However, pre is a little more simple than that. Or is it? Well, I can do some of the preliminary work for these things anyway. Don't know if I can. Pretty much getting console H channel to pretty much a finished state, I think, is enough for the day. But I could kind of do some of the preliminary stuff because I know some of it is tedious. Like, look at this. This is still set up with everything being letters rather than the correct values. Some of that's going to be the same regardless. And I can just transfer this all over. I wouldn't even need to worry about ditching entire sections of it because they're no longer A through Q or whatever. This is apparently the one that doesn't have fader. I mean, that doesn't have pan, rather. Because it's the end-to-end version, but this stuff stays. So, let's see about transferring some of this over. And how hard could it be, he says, with all the ambition in the world. Answer's probably really hard, but we'll see. There we are, from this to this. And then we're going to remove pan because this is the end-to-end version. Maybe we'll get the H file set up for everything remaining. That might be nice. 24. 25, and then what have we here? Dynamics is the same, I just took away all the R. Low pass and high pass are the same, I just took away all the R. Discontapity, likewise. Pre-tape hack, likewise. That's already done. So what remains? Replace Smoothie Q2 with Smoothie Q3, and then also Hip Crush, but without the right channels. That's what it needs. So Copy. We'll drop that right in there. We'll take out everything related to the right channel because this is for the end-to-end version. We do this and then it'll deal with all of its stuff correctly, but if we make other mistakes, it'll blow an error because it'll be trying to refer to stuff that doesn't exist in there. And fascinating how it already knew I was going to remove those. And bada boom. That's a one-channel version of this. Cool. Now what? Bunch of this stuff is going to be unchanged, except for it will not have a what won't it have? It won't have a pan control. That's what it won't have. So we'll use all of these. But there's going to be one missing, which is we don't use this pan control. It's the end-to-end version. It's the mono version. And now we have all of this, and that'll follow exactly the same rules. From top to bottom. We'll just take literally everything and replace all of this with it. Except the pan control doesn't belong and is not prepared to be used. So, boop, that's already done too. What stage was they call this? I call it getting kind of ready to bring over to the other computer and start using for something. I call it the channel version looks to be ready to go. And that's a big deal because this is console H we're talking about. This is a long time coming and I've been building the component parts of this forever. But it looks to be getting about ready to go. However, this needs doing. Everything from here on down is going to be fine and exactly the same. It's already ready to go, up to and including not having the pan control in there, but everything from Smooth EQ down to Hip Crush gets to be replaced, but then I need to make a change. So from here down to Dynamics. And then this and this, because we're only using the left channel. Cool. Moving right along. This all needs to be changed now, but this all doesn't actually care about whether it's stereo or mono. So we get to keep everything that I have from here on up, only removing the very last bit at the end. So from overall scale on down, we're changing all the names of everything. We're keeping all the changes in frequencies and stuff that we did finally. Going all the way to the very end. Copy. And then we're going from overall scale on down. All the way to the very end. It's even a little tighter because we're not doing Smooth EQ2 anymore. Smooth EQ3 is smaller and easier. And boop, except for we do not use pan because it's a mono. Nope. Okay. Now we're into end sample frames. You see how it's left and right on one side, and it is just L on the other side. Oh, people try to do that making a VR mixing room. It's not necessarily what you'd want, but there are systems where it would be extremely fun. Ever heard of the DAW Bespoke? Bespoke is very interesting, and it would lend itself to being used in a VR mixing room. It would be an amazing experience in a VR mixing room. So let's see. This dark sample stuff looks correct. In fact, I'm going to be able to copy certain things out and just run with it, because all I have to do is delete any section that talks about input sample R. We're not there. All of this stuff is just only talking about section L. So we can go to the end of tapeback section, and it's good. And this right channel tapeback section I don't care about. Here's where stuff starts getting a little bit messier. So that's all smooth EQ too. And it's going into, we never ended up changing the dynamics. We never ended up, oh no we did, didn't we? Well, I'll be able to do that. In fact, I'll be able to copy out the left channel stuff and do that. We certainly didn't change the high pass and low pass, nor do we need to change this. So to get this all to work, basically what I have to do is end at this section and paste stuff in before here and adapt the dynamic section, at which point it will just work. So that's cool. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, fair. No, I mean, if you could have that all on one big screen, you could have it in a VR mixing session. Such things may end up happening. Let's copy this. Actually, you know what? I can do that quite easily by just starting from here. So we're going to go down to where it starts talking about dynamics. And then we're going to delete all the stuff that we're not using. Where's dynamics? And hip crush, Bez C thresh, and this other stuff. That's where it starts to kick in. So copy and paste this in here, and then go and remove a whole bunch of right channel stuff. So this already gets omitted because the entire section is talking about R for right channel. So we go right up to the top here, and boop, everything here is talking about R. How about up from here? That's all talking about L. We'll define parametric L. This is still all L. This is still all fine. We should be good. Smooth EQ3, that's actually quite a lot smaller. And again, we have a whole section that's just all talking about right channel stuff. This is a mono plugin, so we're ditching all of that. But we still get the output of smooth EQL. So that probably did it. That was everything we need to do to port all of this stuff over to what's needed. And hip crush is 4-band. Now we rearrange this, and I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I'm looking for this Fabs input sample L. That's gonna work normally. So I won't need to touch this stuff. This gets replaced with what's in here. So remove that completely and plunk this in here. It says makeup gain. Now that goes on top of this, meaning I can tighten this gap up a little bit. And that's going to be fine so long as I remove all of the references to the right channel, and then it should be good to go. Now there will be a difference. If you run this instead of the channel plugin, all of the compression and gating is unlinked, which is fine. Like that's okay. You could even use that as a choice. You could run that on really either system. Either VSTs or components would work. But you run that and none of your gating or compressing is linked. Otherwise it'll be linked. But that's probably all I need for that bit. See? This is the linked code, meaning maximum of either of those versus just maximum of the one channel is the only one that we care about. The rest of it's going to be the same. Let's double check that. Overall scale times 3 plus 3. Looks to say about the same thing. I'll trust it. It's just a result of a copy paste anyway, so should be the same. And then here's where we get a change. This area needs to act different. So I believe after the fade, we've got this stuff in here. And those are separate. That'll work fine wherever it is. But I'm going to leave this entire area out. Copy only the stuff from the left channel, which should still refer to all the bits that I did in order to make it all work. And we're replacing from CBA fade, not feed. We're replacing this one line with what's in here. Boop. There it is again. But now we are taking input sample and making it be the filtered versions. We're using crossfade. We're applying it. I think I had this tucked in here, so there's not a space there. There's the endodynamics. Rather than multiplying everything by gate, we're just only multiplying the only channel we have. That's about everything else. Nothing else would have changed. Hey, do we have console H pre-done? Well, it's not going to build the first time because they never do. But do we have it done? It did build the first time. Signs point to maybe. And by maybe what I mean is it's possible that's all it needed, and it's possible that I overlooked something. So let's find out. Component. And we're going to go into exactly the same toy that we used before, the drum kit, because why not? And we're going to open up the effect stack, but this time we're going to add, doesn't count as recent effects yet. Console H pre. So what's going to happen is if we turn these off and on or do similar things to them, it should do similar things with the exception of stereo, which you will not hear because it's a single microphone. So, no change. pre-version. Seems legit. This one's not going into the console circuitry. So here's what this one's pieces sound like. More. Cool. High. Mid. Low. It is a lovely sounding low. I feel that this will go over well with hip-hop folks. That you get to just do a beefy, heavy, low-frequency boost without getting fancy. There should be silence. Treble. High-mid. Low-mid. Bass. That worked. Back to full range, a little bit of boost. Compression. Gating. So there's our gating. Then if we go to a gnarly crush, the crush works now too. Or we can play with the release speed. And lastly, low pass and high pass. And the reason it was crunchier and gnarlier is because this is not running into a console system, much less full console system with console X2 bus, which handles clips a lot better than any of the other stuff. So console H pre, run all by itself, is going to clip the crud out of the converters and everything, and that's the crunchy crackliness that you heard. And there we have it. I would call console H pre as functional. I'm going to return it to default. Everything gets to be default. We run this on top because you can stack them if you wish. I said I return this to the top because you can stack them if you wish. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Which also means with all of these engaged, there's more on that. So you can use it just about as simply as ultimate tape overdrive, including tape slam, anyone? That's what we're doing here. Nothing's in play at all except for more. Double cranked, double boosted. And pre is using the low pass and high pass to smear the top end and make it more like you're going through multiple stages of tape. So we can do this, and then we can also take the input level, pre is first, There you are. Fine-tune the overdrive. Yeah, Console X Pre up and running. So you know what I got to try to do next. Let's see whether I can, in roughly 20 minutes, get a version of Console X Bus Console H Bus up and running. It's not going to be done because I want to use the isolator filters, not the speaker sound in filters. But we're getting very close to having an entire stack of Console H here. Only thing we're lacking is we don't have Console H Bus yet. But we're going to save this because you do get to run channels into channels this way, if that is what you please. Just out of curiosity, before I do that, we're not boosting anything. $166. Okay, 12. And that's just a lot of distortion, but it's inside the console system, so it's not crackling. It's just wanging the output at as full crank as you can get. Now let's pad the very input of everything 60B. Gentler, but still clipping. How far do we have to go until it's a gentle, soft woomph? For this, I'm going to use I could use low, but I don't think I need to. Let's use fader. Yeah, that was clip. Okay, so this is what the relatively resonant low pass sounds like stacked up twofold. And Vinegar Jim, how do I decide what sample to use to demonstrate the plugin? I figure something out. Fairly often I'll just grab something I've been using for years because people have heard it before, and also because it's not about coming up with amazing new things that people have never heard before to demonstrate with. It's more about making people go, wow, that sounds like that would be amazing if I used it on my own thing with real samples. So it's kind of like that. And then with just one level, it's not clipping itself into the stratosphere. Ooh, can I gate that? Sure can. Ooh, I gated it so hard that it cut out completely. Okay, so roughly half gating. There we go. There, I've turned it into a heartbeat. Excellent. There we go. Turn it into a heartbeat. There is no level of Patreon to use viewer sent in samples. People have normally not done that. Nobody has actually attempted to pay me to use their music to demo with. I tend to be unwilling to do that because nothing is really stopping somebody from having me do that and then suing me for using their stuff or doing content ID on it. No amount of money will stop somebody from being able to do that, so I kind of just play it safe and don't. I've listened to on stream and evaluated and measured, etc. People sent in music and let everybody else hear that as well. This is a neat heartbeat, I tell you. And that's also very much like a heartbeat. And back to how it started. So that was fun. But yeah, I don't demo new plugins with viewer sent in samples, but I've been known to play them live on stream. And you don't have to pay for that. You just have to catch me at the right time. Today's clearly not the right time because I got like 15 minutes to do console H bus. It's not going to happen, but I could start. Let's do that. If I reselect console H, what does it give me? Oh, okay, there's a mistake. I should have saved that. If I do this and then save it, then we'll have 2 stacks of it in its default setting, and you'll be able to run one channel into the same channel. Oh, big VST is going to come and get you. That's really the reason. It's basically just like, well, I don't have control over all of this kind of stuff, and I drift away from using other people's stuff. Basically, I'm happier saying, oh, no, hip-hop console. Check some of the scroll back. It made crazy sounds. Back in the day, like 2007, I had somebody's examples for a while there, and I just didn't really stick with it because I preferred to make my own noises and demonstrate using those. And it's just, it's a choice. It's the thing that one could do. So what is in console H bus, though? Have I got that started, or is it just blank? It's not just blank. There's something in here. This is exactly what was already there, so that's kind of neat. And it's a stereo. And if I go through and start swapping in this stuff here, it'll be a start. That'll be a start. Yeah, no. Helios console is more likely to end up getting the name of like a recording studio. Like, I would probably want to go for the sound of an album or the sound of a studio. And well, I mean, I don't do enough of my own music, but I mean to, if not this winter, then this spring. I'm going to see whether I can get back into doing some of that this spring, because the last time was like 2022. And there was good reason for all that, but still. So, H-channel parameters. Let's take all of this. Let's use these. We're definitely not going to use discontinuity, so I don't need to include this bit. And we're going to plunk this in whence it came. Boop. There's a start. Now it doesn't have a bunch of this middle stuff. In particular, I don't think we're going to be using the distorty hip crush on the master bus, because that seems like no good could come from that. What do we got here? We've got Smooth EQ2. We're not using Smooth EQ2. Or are we? No, I don't think we are. I think we're going to use maybe none of those things. What if we didn't use either SmoothEQ or SmoothEQ3? Do want to use dynamics. I mean, I could allow there to be, I don't know if I like that. I feel like overcomplicating things on the bus if this one is not a great idea. Oh, okay, good night, Mel. That said, maybe let's try having SmoothEQ3 in there just in case people need to have a friendly way of doing bus adjustments. We can do this and it will run efficiently. Then there's dynamics, because we can just plunk it right in there. We do not have hip crush on the master bus. That seems like it will end in sadness. We do have dynamics. We do not have, well, no, hang on. We do absolutely have tape pack, but we don't have the discontapity section. We got this stuff. We can allow the final space. What else? Let's go to console X bus. Let's see if we can grab the, no, not console X channel. Where are you, console X bus? There you are. This has the isolator filters on it. That's what I want. If it works, I'll be able to demonstrate it very nicely. So let's see, where are we starting with? Where's our Stonefire? Already. This might be trickier, but we'll see. It says distributed high pass and low pass, but I bet I can gather it up from where it comes and fit it in. Up to the top again. None of this. We're not going to be using crossfade, so none of that. Trim more EQ, dynamics, high pass name, and low pass name. Default values. Oh, that's set up differently. It's set up in the SSL way. I'm going to be doing it in the console H way. So we'll leave that stuff alone. Default values, we do not need these ones. We do not need crossfade. We do need all the rest of this, possibly even including gate, but maybe not. Like, if I gate this, then the entire master bus will sort of chatter. It'll make it possible for the entire mix to sort of start sputtering. Maybe, oh, you're doing you have 6 hours left working on the pad. Fair. I will do as much ASMR as I can for you, but I do get to stop and have tacos today because I earned it. By God, did I earn it. We're doing all of console H in plugin in generic form. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, do we need trim? Do we need more? How are we actually going about this? I feel like I simplified console X2 bus down to where there was not trim or more. Because channels are where you have the uber gain switches, and buses are supposed to be more predictable. So console X2 bus it just started with the filters. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to just start with the filters. Then we have dynamics. And then the output fader is how you hit the final tape hack harder or not as hard. And it's currently sitting there working under those circumstances. But filter is where we fit in the broad sweeps, and they override anything we do in any of these. So there's that. That looks to be about right, and we could leave gate there. So now I need to remove all the ones that need to be removed here, starting with Hig and mid and low. So we lose these, and we're going to do all the numbers over. Then it goes no crossfade. Go to THR threshold. Or in the original one, there is only threshold, and it's the bus compressor, and it's designed completely different. So we also need to lose these because these don't actually fit. Because it's just a bus compressor. If you want to do crazy gatey things, do them on tracks. Hey, Volta Maintain, you can. Good luck. Depends very much on what you're aiming for, honestly. So let's see, threshold, tack release, and gate. These two, well, I could continue to have gate. I wonder whether gate is I'm using it without gate currently. I'm going to leave it at that. So you got a 3-band EQ for basic tone shaping on the master bus if you need such. In case you just need to tweak it a little bit, you can. It will affect the sound of the whole system, but that's fine. You got a compressor that is the bus compressor, which is designed from the ground up to be the bus compressor. Low pass and high pass will be isolator filters coming from console X. And pan is a pan trim, and fader is the output fader. And that goes to the output tape effect. Meaning this is way less control. This is so few controls that it's like it's another 10 knobber just about. And that's because we're not using Smooth EQ 2 for the filter trim. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. An 8 knobber. It's got 8 controls on the bus. Hell yeah, sounds nice. Mind you, I don't like either sardines or Louisiana hot sauce, but if you like them, rock on. I'm going to have tacos. I may or may not push it closer to 5 to get this part done, because now I'm excited to be able to get it done. Oh, do we need the pan trim? Sure, let's have the pan trim. We've got the code for the pan trim. It's fine. We need that. Although well, no, that's at the end. That's legit. Can you please let me drag? Let me drag. I'm moving them around so that they are in order of operation. Tape hack is last. It is the final catch for going into it loud and being distorty and stuff. So it's going to be hip and lop. And we've got that all set up correctly, except for one of the controls is going to be flipped. Because on an SSL low pass, you turn it clockwise to swoop it down. This is audio stuff, my friend. This is audio stuff. We're going to be doing all the audio stuff. Haha. Here's the code I wanted. High pass and low pass. We're actually putting it close to the very end. But after dynamics, that's all we need out of there. And now let's see, how messy is this going to get? I'm thinking probably pretty messy. Okay, let's close this. And let's close this because we're done. And we leave this open because we're copying things from here. And I can open this again if I need it, so that's fine. Yeah, save before closing. Here's the C++ file. So here I get to paste in everything that is in the console H channel C++ file, which will save me a bit of time. Well, I'm going to keep going for a while, but I get to go and have tacos before terribly long. If I replace what's in the top of this file with what's in the top of this file, it's going to show me everything that I keep and everything that I delete. So we do this. I see something I missed. It's showing default values that aren't going to be used. So we're going to go up to the top again. And we're going to get rid of the default values. Maybe space these out a little bit different, like that. And now the default values and everything which aren't going to be used are in black, meaning they're not represented in this stuff. Same's going to hold for copying these files over. So yeah, this is good. On to the next section. Oh, Volta, look over my channel and see if this is the kind of thing that you would like. If you like audio and music, especially if you make it, you might find it in your interest to subscribe to the channel, and every week you'll get a audio plugin that you can download and use. It's open source software. It's for you. You can subscribe or not as you please, because it's going to be made anyway, regardless. I like that this contains the low pass and high pass with the same names, meaning that I just get to keep it there. Up and K and boop. And up to the top, and it's going to show me what stuff gets used and what does not. So we start with high. We're not doing the crossfade because we're not doing the weird stuff. And we're not doing any of this. We're doing only threshold from this, but not the attack, release, or gate. And we're doing the low pass, high pass, trim, and trim. So got that done. Right on. Have fun. We swap this bit in. Smoothie Q3 replaces Smoothie Q2. Boop. We're not using hip crush. We're not using dynamics. That's where it's supposed to be. But between dynamics and pre-tape hack, here's where we dig into console X bus again, because I need to include an entirely different set of code from 2 console versions ago. But it should work. So where's our... Here it is. Here's how we initialize the high pass and low pass filter. It's a very steep biquad filter, so it's going to sound more like the hip-hop effect of swooping down the isolator filter and then back up, rather than sounding like a guitar amp. The channels are the ones that are able to do the guitar amp, but this needs to do the hip-hop effect. And then you get to use it in conjunction with another thing, or if you wanted to use this bus on console X2 mix, you could, or indeed a console X mix, whichever. That's everything for initializing stuff. Over to this. So I think we're going to go about this, not digging this one up right away, but seeing what in here needs to be copied over. We're not doing this, we're not doing that, we're not doing that. We're doing Smooth EQ 3. So we still have spacing, sure enough, so we start from under there, and then we copy this entire section, because this entire section no, hang on, that's not it. That's not it at all. I selected too much. We don't need all that. Smooth EQ 3. So here's Smooth EQ 3, but then what about this? I think it's this. Yep. Yeah. This is all I need for the 3-band EQ. Volta, very likely not. I think what I'm doing makes normal programmers run away screaming. I don't care. So let's see, here's all we're replacing. High, mid, and low, and all of this is from other sets of filtering. See, there's Smooth EQ 2. We're gonna drop this in. This is Smooth EQ 3. We should label it. It got by me before. Shouldn't get by me that easy, so and then what else have we got? Okay, so there's dynamics, there's console. This stuff is going to be the same, except for I do need to see, this is using the high, mid, and low, right? And I'm going to copy from console C. I'm stretching out my time to get to my, oh, well, programmers can be real mean to me sometimes when they don't like the way that I code, so it's just a self-defensive measure, really. Yeah, people in Google would run away screaming. Doesn't bother me. I do what I do. So we've got a dynamics and a pan, etc. We don't have cabs 2, but what I can still do is go from here on down, and then I'm just going to delete the part that says cabs 2 in the middle because we're not using it. In fact, you'll be able to see because we've got the threshold, and then we have this stuff which isn't part of it, and then the low pass and high pass are actually there, but they're not from cabs 2, actually. They're from something else. And then this pan and fader are now labeled correctly. So that much is cool. I'm going to close this for the moment and open up the console X bus, because this is going to show me a variation on what I'm trying to make happen. And it's part of high pass and low pass. So, and it goes from K per M, hype, and lop, just like this, but it's going to replace all this. So here we go. There's a bypass in there as well, which I guess I'm going to include. Oh no, there's more. Hang on. Yeah, this is just the control smoothing. Yikes, there's so much to this. Oh man, look at it go. Copy. So we replace this tiny little area with all this. Which probably means we have to go in and see where it says A and B. There's going to be a little more of that to replace 2. Maybe. Let's find out. Where's our high pass code? What's the deal here? Why are we not finding high pass A and high pass B? Is it because it's in the... Yup. It's already in the array. That's cool. That makes this fairly simple. There's our high passes. There's our high pass and low pass engage, which turns on and off every cycle. Vinegar Jim says, saucy one. Believe me, I understand what Airwindows even is, and so do the old school fans. It started when I wanted to make hardware devices. Let me skip past this nonsense. I have better plugins in some of these things. That appears to be ready to go. Oh, no, wait, we're just setting up the biquad. That's fine. There's the threshold. Here's our high pass engage being set on the fly. Here's all of our intermediate stuff being updated. There's the parameters being set. Here's console H bus being engaged. I don't think this is, 3 crossovers. This ain't the right one. Back to console H. So this stuff is part of discontinuity, part of TAPAC. There's more of it. Here's where our triple filter is. That's all you need to do it. So we're going to replace all of this with our triple filter. No, not so fast, not that. This. Everything that says Smoothie Q2 turns to Smoothie Q3. Thresh, this acts different. That's probably what I had in console X2 bus. That's probably where I got that. So I think Smoothie Q3, this is the bit that I needed to keep. Not only that, we don't need to define a special variable for this anymore. We just put it in line. We just apply our input sample as we go. So, boom. Now it applies the filter and is done with it. Then we apply the bus compression. Here's our bus compressor. It's kind of Dynamics 2, but it's Dynamics 2 with the other stuff taken out. Here we have const double temp. This smooths the behavior of certain parameters. I use H files. Over to console X bus here. Here's where we dig through this and find all of this mess. We're smoothing parameters if these things are engaged. Copy. And paste in here. We can even make it match what it says here if we want. I'm going to leave that though, because I'm going to have it focus entirely on distributed high pass. I'm going to go and find every block of this and incorporate it into this plugin. So copy, paste first block. There's a bunch of other stuff happening, and I'm searching for more of these. See, there's a biquad filter. Here's air, Kalman filtering. Console X is big. There's a lot in here. But then here's some more. High pass and low pass. Another stage. Copy. Paste. There's some more. Parametric boosts and cuts. Then we do discontinuity, a different version than we're using currently. Here's some more. That says it's the final, and I have no reason not to believe it. Looks like it is. We'll even include the comment. And with that, we're done. In theory, that'll work. I do have to reverse one of the things. It says right up here up top, low pass and high pass frequency. So I believe high pass works the same and starts at 0, but the low, oh, hang on. I'm going to make it work and try it and see what it did. Oh. Bah! Vinegar Jim, you're bad. Naughty Vinegar Jim, I sure did. I guess there's an intellectual threshold, or up to speed with current events threshold. Naughty, naughty. You're likely right. More's the pity. So let's swoop down here. Here's TAPAC. Why do we have discontinuity included in here? Well, we don't. We're not running that. Our final output isn't discontinuity. It's just TAPAC with the darkening factor in here. Here's our pan and fader gain. Fader is before the output tape that you mix to. Volta got it. And here's all of my filters that I'm going to see whether they're set up right. It might be ready to work right away. We'll see. What I wouldn't mind doing is smushing these all together though. So let's see whether we can do that. High pass engage. There's an else in there. I don't like that. You know what? Let's run it as is and see. Yeah, oh no, exactly. See how close we get to running this. Does it work? Not quite, because we have an issue in here. BezRes and SlowRes need to exist. I seem to have left it out. Also, we are redeclaring norm. Although weirdly, not K. That's funny. Oh, I know why. Because I've got bytecode K here. So we're going to redefine these also. There. And then we don't need to have that be there because we've already defined this variable. We're just using it over and over. Up here, oh, what's going on there? Oh, that's where it was defined the first time, I guess. Well, it's not going to work, but what happens now? It's only worried about best res and slow res. Okay. I think I can get these out of console H channel. Let's find out if that's true. I removed too much from the... Ooh, I could also... Console X2 bus would give me it. Never mind. Oh, hang on. That doesn't come from there at all, does it? That doesn't come from there at all. That comes from setting up the dynamics. I deleted a little too much. Which means I do have to go back to console X2 bus. Let's do that. I know I had this working in console X2 bus, and it's fairly recent, so it's right up here. So many projects open. Alrighty. So it lives here. So we have only 3 bands instead of the 4, meaning that this is much simpler. Much simpler. That's still part of Smoothie through 3. Dynamics 2 needs to be different. Okay. So here's how this works. Console X2 bus didn't have its dedicated names hooked up yet. So rather than using param I, we're using param threshold. But we do need all of this information, including slow res and best res. Also, is this the same? 6 times 8. Yes, it is. Copy that. And replace these. Because this is now the one controller version. And these are customized to work with the console bus version. So that's why it didn't work first time out. The rest of this is probably all set. Going to close all of these things as we go. See if this builds. It says it succeeded. If this has its control parameters reversed, I'm going to make that fix. Failing that, it's tacos time. Boom. And we're going to open it up on this, just cause. And we're going to open up effect stacks. And we're going to delete console X2 bus. Boop. And add the newly created console H bus. If this works, I did all of this in a day. Yikes. Of course, it depends on if it does work. Maybe it does, maybe it don't. Does it make sound? Does it make sound if low pass is swept down to... Alrighty. I have one change to make. For these ones, low pass is all the way up and you swoop it down too low to swoop out the frequencies. It does not engage in the way that a SSL style high pass and low pass do. That means that the low pass doesn't have this in it. Boop. And that should be everything. One delete and we're good to go. I'm going to quit out of the program because I'm so sure there's going to be a lot of work involved in doing the VST versions, but maybe that will be fun for, well, not fun exactly, but maybe that can be Thursday. And we're going to open up the thing we were playing with all day, the drums. And we're going to, I didn't save it, did I? Silly me. I'll get it this time. So there's our fancy, complicated bus for excessively fancy Console X2 users. With a great deal of sophistication over the control of everything. And now we add the more approachable and less gratuitously confusing. Where are you, Console H? Oh, that's VST effects. That's why I wasn't finding it. Console H bus. Everything's set up the way it's meant to be. And we resave it. We'll hide Console H pre underneath because we know what that does already. And here's the full Console H system. Let's slam the drums. Pounder. Here's the speaker style low pass. Here's the isolator style low pass. See, totally different vibe. It is a linear speaker style filter rather than a whole phase shifty weird thing. Whereas this is a phase shifty weird thing. Sounds like a speaker cabinet. And 5 minutes to 5. We got there. This was fun in that way that wasn't all that fun, but was kind of exciting. Here, a little glimpse of fireplace has run out of fire. I've run out of code. I have ended up covered in sweat, or at least shine, because of how hard I'm working and also how much warm it got. But we've got a prototype Console H up and working. Next thing I need to do is make the VST version, and then I'm going to spend the next couple of months getting the GUI up and running. Because much like the original Console X, this is going to need all its little knobs and things. Mind you, it's a little bit more approachable than that was. That was completely over the top. But I do need to do the knobs for this one. And it'll be fun. I'll do that. It'll be cool. It'll be great. So on that note, with 3 minutes till 5, I'm going to go and have my tacos and have a good day. I'll see you on Thursday.